House will please come to order. Those persons not having privilege of the floor will please vacate the chamber at this time, and all members and guests in the galleries will please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by Pastor Luke Hodges. Pastor Hodges is the guest of the gentleman of 31st, Dogatony.
Let us pray. Father, you're incredible, and it surely is an honor to serve the people of West Virginia. God, we're not here by our own design. You have gifted us with the opportunity to serve. This state is in need of your presence, in need of your touch, in need of your anointing, in need of your hand. As decisions are made today on behalf of this state, I pray that your hand would be present, your name would be present, and your will would be present. Gift us with your favor, gift us with your anointing, and gift us with the power of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Members and guests will please remain standing as we are led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the gentleman of 31st, Dogatony.
Thank you, Mr. Seeger. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Wednesday, February 12th, 2020.
Lady in 32nd, Douglas Staggers.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read.
The lady in the 32nd asks unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read. Are there objections? The chair hears no objections. The lady from the 49th is recognized for an update on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The changes to the calendar are as follows. Senate Bill 170 on second reading, special calendar has moved to the House calendar. Committee substitute for House Bill 4198, second reading, House calendar to the special calendar.
Introduction of guests. The gentleman of 34th, Douglas Boggs.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to introduce on your behalf as well as mine in the South Gallery, and if they would stand as I call their name, we have some outstanding youth and government young folks from Gilmer and Braxton County. I'll start with Gilmer County High School, the 8th graders. Their advisor is Tamara Huff. She would stand, and also Maya Huff, Jack Stonecker, and Michaela Taylor. And also from Braxton County Middle School, their chaperones are an advisor, Lori Dittman, Pat Facemeyer, and the students are Aaron Amick, Mackenzie Belknap, Nicole Bramble, Nicholas Brown, Erica Burton, Wyatt Dennison, Jeffrey Evans, C.J. Gerwig, Reese Given, Sienna Gwynn, and Breeden Riffle. And also they have the YGA Executive Director, David Cooper, with them as well. If they would all stand, please, members, make them welcome.
The gentleman of the 10th, like a Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we have constituents from the Parkersburg area, from the Union of the Carpenters and the Union of the Millwrights. Would they please stand and welcome here to the legislature?
The gentleman of the 44th, Douglas Hannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm pleased to be joined by some pages from wonderful Webster County. Wyatt Lamb and his sister Delana Lamb, and they are chaperoned today by Penny and Eric Lamb. They would all please stand, and the House would make them feel welcome.
Lady in the 52nd, Douglas Saipo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, along with Delegate Jennings, we would like to welcome Melissa Lockwood, along with others from the Preston Memorial Hospital, and they are in the South Gallery. Would the House make them feel welcome?
The gentleman 46, Douglas Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From Roanoke Elementary School, paging for us today, we have Grady Helmick, and if he'd please stand up, and his parents would please stand up, and the House please make him feel welcome. Also, Mr. Speaker, we have Tyler Broadwater and Keith Buchanan from St. Joseph Hospital here for Hospital Day. If they would please stand, and the House would also make them feel welcome.
The gentleman from the 48th, Doug Queen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a friend of mine and a constituent from Harrison County, Director of Radiology at St. Joseph's Hospital. Tom Nestor is joining us in the gallery. If he would please stand, and the House make him feel welcome.
The gentleman from the 28th, Doug Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the West Gallery today, we have members from the Summers County 8th grade Youth and Government class. They are chaperoned today by Carrie Vickers and Will King. If they would please stand, and the House would make them welcome. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 35th, Doug Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the delegates from the 35th, we are pleased to have Marley Adkins, if she would stand paging for us today. And one thing about Marley, she also has talents, extra talents, and she just recently played in the Charleston Light Opera Guild's Sound of Music. She is chaperoned today by her father, Mike, who is behind us in the West Gallery. If he would stand, and please make both of them welcome. Thank you.
The gentleman of the 7th, Doug Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joining us today in the North Gallery, we have members from the West Virginia Athletic Trainers Association, and we're joined by their president as well, Miss Jenny Johnson from Marshall University. And I ask that she and the members of her organization please stand, and I ask the House to make them feel welcome.
The gentleman of the 27th, Doug Schott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The delegates representing Mercer County are pleased to have today two officials from Bluefield Regional Medical Center. They are Tim Bess and Becky Ritter. I'll ask that they stand, and would the House please make them welcome. Thank you.
The gentleman of the 40th, Doug Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have several introductions today. First, I'd like to start by recognizing constituents from the 40th District that are here for Tiny Hearts Day. Dr. Neil Copeland, Dr. Holstein, and Miranda Stricker, PA. If they would please stand, make them feel welcome. Also with us today, a reintroduction, actually. We have a Marshall Football Hall of Fame great here with us today. 1992 Division I AA National Champion, William King. If he would stand, please make him feel welcome. Also with us today, a longtime friend of mine, an insurance agent in Man, West Virginia, that is here with his son, Kenny Jeffrey. Please make him feel welcome.
The gentleman from the 42nd, Doug Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Delegate Lavender Bowe and I have two pages today from Eastern Greenbrier Middle School. If they'll stand when I call their name, Katie Wyford and Nicholas Trent. They are brought here today by Katie's sister, Maria Wyford, up in our West Gallery, along with Nicholas's grandparents, Carolyn and Sam Arthur. Will the House please make them welcome?
The lady in the 42nd, Doug Lavender Bowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Campbell and myself, I'd like to recognize some folks we have in the South Gallery today. First, Nick Daly, if you'd please stand, representing the West Virginia Athletic Trainers Association. Please make him welcome. And folks from our local hospital, Greenbrier Valley Medical Center, Kim Eastep, Beryl Ramsey, and Donna McDaniel. Thank you.
The gentleman at 27th, Doug Porterfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today in the Education Committee, I'm not sure if she is still here, but if Miss Jamie Buckland is in the gallery here to lobby on behalf of the Tim Tebow bill, I would like to ask her to please stand and for the House to make her welcome.
The gentleman at 27th, Doug Ellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Mercer County delegates, Delegate Porterfield beat me to Jamie Buckland, but I just recognize her again. But we also have another Princeton native, the CEO at Princeton Community Hospital, Mr. Jeff Lilly, up in the North Gallery. If he would stand and please be recognized.
The gentleman at 46th, Doug Martin.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, I forgot to introduce a constituent of mine, Rick Thainer. He's here with the Citizens Defense League in the North Gallery. If he would stand and the House would please make him feel welcome.
The gentleman at 51st, Doug Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, we have visitors from Cabell, Putnam, and Kanawha counties, and they're in the red shirts. They're from the West Virginia chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. If they could stand up, and if the House could please make them welcome.
The gentleman at 23rd, Doug Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Along with gentlemen from the 22nd and 24th, we'd like to introduce some folks from Boone Memorial Hospital, one of our shining stars in southern West Virginia on Hospital Day. If they would please stand to be recognized in the South Gallery, we have Chad Hovis, the Chief Financial Officer, along with Mark Linville, the Chief Operating Officer. Would the House please make them feel welcome?
The gentleman from the 19th, Doug Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Robbie Thompson and all the delegates from Wayne County, I would like to introduce several pages serving with us today. And pages, when your name is called, would you please stand? These pages are Jordan Ramsey, Jenny Ramsey, Rachel Terry, Elaine Farr, Anna K. Dean, Carly Jackson, Emmylou Pennington, and these pages are from Buffalo Middle School. And we also have a page from Kellogg Elementary, Javian Markham. House, please make these pages welcome.
The gentleman at 24th, Doug Tomlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself and Delegate Rod Garrio, I'd like to introduce some pages from Logan High School, my alma mater. If they'd stand as I say their names: Savannah Fields, Luke Jeffrey, Haley Day, Kevin Gertz Jr., Allie Wiley, Joshua Hatfield, and they're escorted by their sponsors, Diana Gertz, Darlene Fields, Amber Wiley, Angela Hatfield, and my good friend and close neighbor, Kenny Jeffrey. Thank you all. Give them a warm welcome.
The gentleman at 24th, Doug Rodegaro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Tomlin and myself, we have pages here from Chapmanville Intermediate School. And if they could stand when I call their name out, we have a Cooper Perry and a Jeffrey Baisden, and they're accompanied by their parents. Would the floor please make them feel welcome? Thank you.
The gentleman at 51st, Doug Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, I want to welcome Planned Parenthood South Atlantic and the almost 40 community members and students from WVU School of Social Work and Women and Gender Studies Department, WVU Planned Parenthood Generation Action, and Shepherd University students for reproductive rights who are attending their Menstrual Equity Lobby Day. These folks are here to take a stand for access to free and quality period products for all West Virginians. If they would please stand, and if the House would give them a warm welcome.
The gentleman the 16th, Doug Hornbuckle. Lady
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. On behalf of all the delegates from the greater Huntington area, today in the South Gallery, we have some friends with us from the Marshall Sports Medicine Institute. We have Aaron Wingate, please stand up, and we also have Tom Belmaggio. Please make them feel welcome.
Lady from the 51st, Dr. Fleischauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am delighted to announce that today is Tiny Hearts Day. And Mr. Speaker, I apologize that I didn't give you one of your tiny hearts. These are passed out from the American Academy of Pediatrics. We have 50 people here today, pediatricians and pediatric trainees, who take care of our most vulnerable, youngest kids, and do it with love. They're here today to watch what we're doing. They'll be in health, many of them. So please, would everyone give them a big welcome? And also, if I didn't get around to you with a sticker, please let me know. I have a whole bunch of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman, the second, Doug Desario.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joining us today in the West Gallery, we have members of the United Association of Plumbers, and they are representing the whole state of West Virginia today. If we could all make them feel welcome.
The gentleman, the fifth, Doug Pethel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, here for Tiny Hearts Day, I have Dr. Brianna Nolan from Wetzel County. She's a second-year resident at WVU in pediatrics. I'd ask that she stand in the house. Please make her welcome.
The gentleman, the 50th, Doug Angelucci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegates Caputo, Longstreth, and myself, I have two introductions I'd like to make, both in the South Gallery. I'd like to welcome David Goldberg, the CEO of Mullen Health Systems, and I'd also like to welcome Chris Hall, the Director of the West Virginia EMS Coalition. So welcome to the Capitol.
The gentleman from 43rd, Doug Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Thompson and me, we have some representatives from the hospitals of the 43rd District. From Pocahontas Memorial Hospital, we have Mary Beth Barr, Christy Sisler, Michelle Dees, and Dean Gunther. From Davis Medical Center, we have Abby Haddix. From Broadus Hospital, Lisa Corley. And from Webster Hospital, Jennifer Shoemaker. If they would all stand and the House make them welcome.
The gentleman, the 34th, Doug Boggs.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't sure that she was in the chamber, but in the West Gallery, I'm very happy to introduce, in addition to the many hats that she wears with WVU Medicine, she's also the CEO of Braxton County Memorial Hospital, Karen Bowling. Karen, if you would stand, please make Karen welcome.
Are there additional introductions? If not, then reports of standing committees.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 620, authorizing Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation approve home plans for inmates. Reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Political Subdivisions has had under consideration House Bill 4633, expanding county commission's ability to dispose of county or district property. Reports back a committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass and that the second reference to the Committee on Government Organization be dispensed with.
The report will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, the two chairs have conferred on this matter, and I now ask unanimous consent that the second reference of the bill to the Committee on Government Organization be dispensed with.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that the second reference to the Committee on Government Organization for House Bill 4633 be dispensed with. Does the chair hear objection? The chair does not hear objection. The second reference to the Committee on Government Organization will be dispensed with.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration House Bill 4519, establishing a summer youth intern pilot program within Department of Commerce. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration House Bill 4112, requiring county school boards to provide adequate mental health evaluations and counseling services, and House Bill 4720, qualifying not-for-profit private baccalaureate institutions for the advanced career education programs in the West Virginia Invest Grant Program. Reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass, that they be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The report will be received and both bills will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration House Bill 4165, West Virginia Remembers Program. Reports back a committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration House Bill 4729, requiring higher education institutions to use previous versions or editions of instructional materials. Reports back a committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration House Bill 2775, requiring each high school student to complete a 1/2 credit course of study in personal finance. Reports back a committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration House Bill 4092, relating to foster care. Reports back a committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Senior, Children, and Family Issues has had under consideration House Bill 4447, creating the Shared Table Initiative for senior citizens who suffer from food insecurity. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The report will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Your Committee on Senior, Children, and Family Issues has had under consideration House Bill 4591, amending the definition of financial exploitation to include the use of undue influence. Reports the same back with amendment, with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, and that it be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Joint Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined, found truly enrolled, and on February 11th, 2020, presented to His Excellency the Governor for his action, Committee Substitute for House Bill 4091, allowing for expedited oil and gas well permitting upon payment of applicable expedited fees, and House Bill 4496, removing the specific mandate of the Board of Risk and Insurance Management to purchase liability insurance for the Division of Corrections.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 4621, West Virginia FinTech Regulatory Sandbox Act. Reports back a committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
The report will be received. Are there further reports of standing committees? If not, reports of select committees. Messages from the executive. Messages from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announces the Senate has passed with amendment and a title amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2602, including possession of known stolen property and the offense of receiving or transferring stolen property.
The message will be received. For what purpose does the gentleman of 36, Douglas Robinson, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a point of inquiry. We passed House Bill 4543 relating to insurance covering for diabetics. I believe that's the insulin cap bill. We passed that bill last Friday, which would be 6 days ago, and it has not been reported to the floor. We actually just passed the FinTech bill this morning, and it was just reported to the floor immediately. Can we have an update as to where that bill resides at this moment?
The chair does not have that report up here, but we'll consult with the chair after the session.
Could we have the majority leader give us an update of where that bill resides?
If the chair would yield for that question, we certainly could.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My understanding from talking with counsel that has that bill, we had 8 amendments, some of them fairly significant. He's in the process of making sure that the committee substitute that is reported to the House is correct and incorporates all 8 of those amendments. I expect it to be down tomorrow at the latest.
Is that, Mr. Chairman, can I just clarify, tomorrow we should see that bill reported?
That's my expectation, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll return to consideration now of committee substitute for House Bill 2602 on message from the Senate. The message has been received. Lady from the 49th for motion.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that committee substitute for House Bill 4602 be taken up for immediate consideration. Are there objections? The chair hears no objection. The lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to criminalize persons knowingly possessing stolen property. The Senate amendment adds language to clarify that persons who possess stolen property while acting as part of a police investigation are not violating the provisions of this section. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment.
The lady from the 49th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment to House Bill 2602. Is there a discussion on the motion? If not, those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it and the motion is adopted. The House has concurred in the Senate amendment and title amendment. The question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2602.
Are there further amendments to the title? If not, the title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed this without amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 2924, permitting the West Virginia Tourism Office to decide to contract with the Division of Highways to sell advertising space on the WV 511 website.
That message will be received. For what purpose does the gentleman at 27th delegate Schott seek recognition?
With leave of the chair, Mr. Speaker, I would like to update the inquiry made by the gentleman from the 36th just a moment ago.
Is there objection? Chair has no objection. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've just been informed by our counsel that the report that the gentleman was concerned about has been delivered down this morning. So it should be in the possession of the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Next message from the Senate.
The Senate has passed without amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 4129 relating to adoption.
Message will be received. Yes, clerk will proceed.
The Senate has passed with amendment House Bill 4141 requiring the Department of Administration to publish its comprehensive annual financial report by the end of December.
The message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that House Bill 4141 be taken up for immediate consideration. Does the chair hear objection? The chair hears no objection. Lady from the 49th.
The purpose of House Bill 4141 requires the Finance Division to publish its comprehensive annual financial report by the end of December. The Senate amendment adds specific policy to the issue that the CAFR, the CAFR, be written by December 31st and grants an extension to the issuance deadline until 60 days after the receipt of the last agency report. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur with the Senate amendment.
The lady from the 49th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to House Bill 4141. Is there discussion? If not, the question then is on the motion to concur in the Senate amendments. Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The House has concurred in the Senate amendments. The question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 95 ayes, 2 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4141.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the acts to the House to the Senate. Next message.
The Senate has passed with amendment and a title amendment House Bill 4179, Recognition of Emergency Medical Services Personnel Licensure Interstate Compact.
The message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that House Bill 4179 be taken up for immediate consideration. Are there objections? The chair hears no objection. Lady may proceed.
House Bill 4179 would recognize the EMS Personnel Licensure Interstate Compact in West Virginia. The Senate amendment repeals a section of code which authorizes the Commissioner of the Bureau for Public Health to issue certifications to EMS personnel from border states to practice in West Virginia. Since the EMS Compact has only been adopted by one border state, the adoption of the Senate amendment would prohibit EMS personnel from Kentucky, Maryland, Ohio, and Pennsylvania from serving in West Virginia without obtaining a full license here. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we refuse to concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment.
The lady from the 49th has moved that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment to House Bill 4179. This is a debatable motion. Do members wish to speak to the adoption of the motion? If not, those in favor of the motion that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment to House Bill 4179 will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message from the Senate.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 180 relating to Second Chance Driver's License Program.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary, then the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 230 requiring State Board of Education provide routine education in suicide prevention.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
The Senate has concurred in the House amendment and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 364 authorizing the Department of Transportation promulgate legislative rules.
The message will be received.
The Senate has concurred in the House amendment and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 500 relating to Class Y special crossbow hunting permit.
The message will be received.
The Senate has concurred in the House amendment and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 501, adding protection, operation of North Bend Rail Trail, Greenbrier River Trail, and Elk River Trail to Parks and Recreation section of DNR.
Message will be received.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 545, authorizing transfer of monies from Insurance Commission Fund to Workers' Compensation Old Fund.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 571, expiring funds from State Excess Lottery Revenue Fund to various accounts.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 641, allowing West Virginia chip flexibility in rate setting.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 647, permitting physician's assistants and advanced practice registered nurses issue do not resuscitate orders.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 662, removing restrictions on fiduciary commissioners.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 664, adding physician's assistant to list of medical professionals capable of determining if individual lacks capacity.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources, then the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 674, permitting the DOH purchase hardware items and equipment from local seller.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization. Are there further messages from the Senate? If not, resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 83, United States Army Sergeant First Class Guy R. Hively Memorial Bridge.
Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with and that each resolution be considered as formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the chamber automation system.
Lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with and that each resolution be considered as having been formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system. Are there objections? The chair hears no objection. Petitions, motions. The gentleman of the 3rd, Douglas Fluharty, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having been in the hands of a committee for a period of 5 days or longer, I move to discharge House Bill 2741, commonly known as the Fairness Act. Thank you.
The gentleman of the 3rd, Douglas Fluharty, has moved that House Bill 2741 be discharged from which committee, delegate? Committee on Judiciary?
I believe it's in Industry and Labor right now, currently.
Okay. The gentleman's motion is that that House Bill 2741 be discharged from the Committee on Industry and Labor. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the motion to discharge House Bill 2741 be tabled.
The lady from the 49th moves that the motion to discharge House Bill 2741 from the Committee on Industry and Labor be laid upon the table. Those in favor of the lady's motion will please. The gentleman from the 37th, Douglas Pushkin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inquiry of the chair.
Yes, gentleman, proceed.
Is your understanding, will that committee be taking up any more House bills this session?
The chair has not conferred with the chair of the committee. I don't know if they intend to meet again or not.
May I ask the chair to yield?
Does the gentleman for 32nd, Delegate Fast, yield for a question? The gentleman does not yield for a question.
Okay. I'll take it as a no. I don't believe we would be taking up bills in minor committees, so there would be no chance for that bill to otherwise get out of that committee. But thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman of 66, Douglas Espinoza, seek recognition?
Point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State the inquiry.
So we have a motion to discharge this from committee. If we wish to defeat that motion, we would vote in favor of the lady's motion. We'd vote green on her motion. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker?
The motion to table does not defeat the underlying question, but it lays it upon the table.
Thank you very much.
The question before the House is the motion by the lady from the 49th that the motion to discharge House Bill 2741 be laid upon the table. Those in favor of the lady's motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. No. Ayes appear to have it. A roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Is the demand sustained? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the lady's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 59 ayes, 38 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the motion adopted. Are there further motions? Bills introduced, unfinished business, bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 16, Creating Protect Our Right to Unite Act.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there objection to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? Chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman of the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill creates a new article entitled the Protect Our Right to Unite Act, the purpose of which is to protect an individual's right to anonymously support and associate with nonprofit organizations. The bill references the holding in NAACP v. Alabama ex rel. Patterson, which is a 1958 United States Supreme Court case which held that compelled disclosure of an advocacy group's membership is only permissible under the First Amendment if compelled disclosure meets strict scrutiny. The bill provides that except as permitted in Chapter 3 of the Code, which contains our election laws, and Chapter 6B of the Code, which contains our Ethics Act, a public agency may not require any entity to disclose its donor or membership information, and further provides that if the state or public agency nevertheless obtains donor or membership information, that information may not be released. The bill does not preclude release of records with redacted donor or membership information or release of records pursuant to a lawful court order. The bill also allows an individual to file a private cause of action to enjoin any violation of this article and to recover actual damage incurred as a result of the violation. If the plaintiff prevails in that action, he or she may recover costs and attorney's fees, and if the unlawful disclosure was intentional, damages may be trebled. Mr. Speaker, that's a summary of the bill. I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The lady in the 51st, Doug Fleshauer.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman of Judiciary yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So since we passed this out of committee, several people have raised the issue of whether this bill and a combination of different groups and different owners could be used to bypass requirements that political contributions be reported.
To my knowledge, that could not happen under the bill. All of Chapter 3, the election laws, are accepted from the operation of the bill. It seems like if that were some sort of device to try to get around that chapter of the code, I think it would be stricken down. That would be my opinion, for what it's worth.
Well, if you could find out about it. That's kind of the concern, is this could be a shield for certain groups to hide the identity of contributors.
I'm not aware of any situation that would fall outside of the exception for election laws, but I certainly will make that inquiry, but I don't think I can get you an answer in the next 30 seconds.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Do other members wish to speak to passage of the bill? Yes, the gentleman to 36, Doug Rose, recognized.
Just a follow-up question to the chair, if he would yield.
Yes.
As I read the bill, it says it has to be a tax-exempt organization, and political organizations are not tax-exempt by definition.
I don't think they qualify under 501c of the code, so yes, I agree with the gentleman. They're not tax-exempt or nonprofit tax-exempt organizations.
So by the positive language in the bill, it would exclude those kinds of political PACs and political contributions that would be at issue with those kinds of organizations, right?
I agree with the gentleman, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Do other members wish to speak to passage of the bill? Does the gentleman at 27th wish to close debate on the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 75 ayes, 22 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 16.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 560, permitting nursing home use trained individuals administer medication.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there objection to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman the 28th, Doug Pack, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. Currently in West Virginia, approved medication assistive personnel, or AMAPs, are distributing medications in intermediate care facilities for individuals with disabilities, assisted living facilities, behavioral health group homes, and private residences. This bill would add nursing homes to that list of facilities where AMAPs could distribute meds, but with additional safeguards. For example, nursing home AMAPs could not distribute any opioids, benzodiazepines, or buprenorphine, nor would they administer injections. A nursing home AMAP would have to be a nurse aide with 1 year of full-time experience before being eligible for the AMAP's training. As the lady from the 51st pointed out yesterday, the initial nurse aide training is 3 months of classroom and clinical education. To become an AMAP, a nurse aide would have would then have 40 hours of classroom training, additional on-the-job training, and have to pass a nationally certified exam. Notably, this legislation is completely permissive. Not all nursing homes will use AMAPs, and not all nurse aides will become AMAPs. It is entirely up to the supervising nurse whether or not he or she would like to use the AMAP to assist in medication administration. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill, and I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Do members wish to speak to passage of the bill? The gentleman the 32nd, Doug Fast.
Thank you. Would the Vice Chairman yield for a couple of questions?
Of course.
So, just so I understand, AMAPs can perform these tasks now in other medical facilities except nursing homes?
Well, there likely could be other places that they can't do it, but they can in fact perform this task in private residences, group homes, assisted living facilities, places like that.
Can they do this in hospitals?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm sorry.
Okay, and this bill, would it, if the answer to that is no, I don't know if you know this, would it expand AMAP's ability to distribute these medications in hospitals?
This bill is specific to nursing homes.
Just nursing homes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Do other members wish to speak to passage of the bill? Does the gentleman of the 28th wish to close debate on the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 70 ayes, 26 nays, and 4 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 560.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 676, permitting fees from child abuse registry be used for information technology support costs.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman of the 10th, Doug Chris, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning for just a little bit longer. This bill will amend the provisions of the West Virginia Code relating to the use of the funds collected from the user fee paid to the Central Abuse Registry. The bill would authorize the additional use of funds collected for the information technology support, infrastructure, and technology-related hardware and/or software that is associated with the routine operations of the West Virginia State Police Criminal Identification Bureau, including but not limited to the creation, transport, storage, and delivery of criminal justice information. Current code limits the use of these funds to the registry purposes and the criminal record keeping, which specifically excludes the creation of the data. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 676.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4088, disposition of funds from certain oil and gas natural wells due to unknown or unlocatable interest owners.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 8th, Doug Anderson, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is similar to a bill, House Bill 2779, we passed last year by a vote of 98 to 0 to 2 absent. This bill is simply an environmental protection bill that amends both the partition statute and the statute for leasing missing and unknown owners of minerals in this state. The repeated use of the statutes over many years has resulted in the accumulation of unclaimed wealth throughout the state. The funds are currently being held by officials under the authority of the circuit courts. It addresses first the partition statute. Under the partition statute at present, when a piece of property is partitioned by sale, the interest of the missing and unknown owners are paid into the court, and the money is kept until the rightful owner is identified. Under this bill, after 7 years, the proceeds from the sale of the missing and unknown owners will be transferred from the appointed official to the Oil and Gas Reclamation Fund. The Oil and Gas Reclamation Fund is administered by the Department of Environmental Protection and used to plug orphan oil and gas wells in this state. I would add that there are more than 4,000 of these abandoned wells in the state at the present time. Under the leasing statute, the leasing of missing and unknown owners, the circuit judge executes a lease on behalf of the missing and unknown owner and appoints a fiduciary to hold the funds until the rightful owner is identified or until the surface owner becomes entitled to the funds. Under the present statute, after 7 years, the surface owner is entitled to receive the money being held for past production and a deed for the mineral interest held by the missing and unknown heir and all future income from that ownership of the minerals. This bill will transfer to the Oil and Gas Reclamation Fund all funds paid from the beginning of the lease through the execution of the Special Commissioner's deed. After the execution of the Special Commissioner's deed, all proceeds will be paid to the surface owner, who is now legally entitled to receive those interests simply because they now have ownership of the mineral rights. This bill uses the stagnant funds being held by court-appointed officials to help plug the thousands of orphaned oil and gas wells in this state which are polluting our environment. It grants rulemaking authority to the DEP and cleans up some technical issues. I ask for passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Gentleman, 22nd, Doug Maynard, your vote's not registered. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 96 ayes, 0 nays, and 4 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4088.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate, request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4113 relating to motor fuel excise taxes.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman with the 10th, Doug Chris, to explain the bill.
Good morning, or almost good afternoon. This bill will amend 2 sections of the code that provide exemptions for motor fuel tax. To extend the refundable exemption from the tax on motor fuel that currently may be claimed for motor fuel used in power takeoff units on concrete mixer trucks and garbage trucks to motor fuel used in the power takeoff unit. And we're adding fuel delivery trucks. To provide the refundable exemption from the tax on motor fuel purchase, the quantities of 25 gallons or more for use as a motor fuel for internal combustion engines when not operated upon highways of this state. To expand the refundable exemption from the tax, all of motor fuel that currently may be claimed by a supplier, distributor, producer, retailer, exporter, importer, while the owner of the motor fuel is in state for the losses of motor fuel through casualty, fire, lightning, breakage, flood, to include the variable tax rate paid on the lost motor fuel. Under current law, the refundable exemption may be claimed for only the flat rate paid on the lost fuel. To expand the refundable exemption from tax on all motor fuel purchased and received by certain retail sellers of petroleum products under a franchise agreement and by certain bulk plants in this state for the motor fuel they purchase or receive, to include the variable tax of tax paid on the motor fuel. Under current law, the refundable exemption may be claimed only on the flat rate paid on the fuel. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 95 ayes, 0 nays, and 5 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4113.
Are there amendments to the title?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the title of the bill to read as follows.
The gentleman of the 64th, Douglas Householder.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the committee amendment to the title of the bill.
The gentleman of the 64th asks unanimous consent to withdraw the Finance Committee proposed amendment to the title of House Bill 4113. Are there objections? The chair hears no objections. Are there further title amendments?
Delegate Householder moves to amend the title of the bill.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment as just read by the clerk. Those in favor of the title amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage July 1st, 2020.
The lady from the 49th moves that the bill be made effective July the 1st, 2020. Those in favor of the lady's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 95 ayes, 0 nays, and 5 members absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective July the 1st, 2020. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4158, allowing a person to manufacture a stated amount of alcoholic liquor for personal consumption.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman from 35th, Doug Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The bill before you deals with the manufacture of alcohol in one's own home. My friend from the 64th may even call this a freedom bill. It provides that anybody who is able and legally able to consume alcohol may also manufacture alcohol in their home. It provides limits on the amount of alcohol that can be produced in the home, depending on the number of individuals in that home that are over the age of 21. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to answer questions as to the specifics of that bill. That's the high point, and I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman of the 59th, Doug Kump.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to speak on the bill?
Yes, gentleman is recognized to proceed.
I have not spoken on the floor of the House in this is my 6th year now on this issue, but I have a matter of personal reflection and principle that I think is appropriate to share with you today. If you bear with me, I'll try to be brief. My name is Larry D. Kump, District 59, and I am an alcoholic. Now, I mentioned that because I haven't had a drink since February 22nd, 1969. But alcoholism is not something that is just a behavior problem, it also is a disease. My problem started at age 14 when some older boys suggested it would be fun to get me drunk. Ever since then, and when I went through college, I spent most of my time in a buzz. I was what you call a functional alcoholic. I did well in school, I did well in college. And it wasn't until I had a moment of faith that I was able to find the strength to change my behavior. But I have to continue to be vigilant. Now, regarding this bill and how that affects me and others, alcohol, every time you take a drink, it kills brain cells. And I've known friends, family, and associates that have had more of this affliction than others. However, I think alcohol is a poison. It's never good for you. But as a matter of principle, I think we also have a constitutional right to do what we want to do, even if it's foolish, on our own property and our own homes. Therefore, I stand in support and encourage you to vote for this bill.
The gentleman at 27th, Dr. Porterfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Vice Chairman of Judiciary yield?
Certainly.
Vice Chairman, what are the limits that are on this? I believe I just want to make sure I got clarity on this. It's 50 per person or 100 for an entire household, no matter how many members are there, if there's more than 2 over 21. Is that correct? Or?
2 or more individuals over the age of 21 in one household can have a maximum of 100 gallons. One individual is capped out at 50 gallons. So the gentleman's correct.
So if it was 4 people in the home, it would still be 100 gallons. Am I correct
Yes, sir.
on that? Let me ask you this question. Is there a federal standard for this type of legislation, or how did we come to the arrival at these numbers as opposed to 25, 50, 100, 200? What was the criteria for this?
So these are numbers that are arbitrary that we've made and established here through the process in West Virginia. This does not affect federal prohibitions on any manufacturing of alcohol.
So would federal law be contradictory to this law that we are looking to pass today?
The gentleman is correct. There is some conflict between the committee substitute before the body and federal law.
Thank you. May I speak to the bill?
Yes, gentleman is recognized to proceed.
I think that there's some severe problems with this because it's not in alignment with federal law. Now, the delegate from the 59th's comments, if there was any way that would be put into the journal, I just appreciated his testimony of that. But we're looking at being in conflict with federal law on something that we've just heard a man talk about nearly destroy his life. Now, he also believes we have the freedom to do that. And if this is going to put us in odds of constitutional law from a federal perspective, and it's something that we know has destroyed many people's lives, why would we even consider this? I think we're heading down a very treacherous path. I think that this bill disagrees with the United States Constitution. We don't have any real reason as to how we came with the numbers, and that's not to the gentleman's fault or to anyone's fault. There just is nothing to gauge it by. And, if we don't have those things in order, then we may be encouraging people to break the law by passing this legislation if the federal law already has things in place. I ask rejection of this bill, not just for the moral reasons that I have, but that we put our citizens in danger of potentially being in conflict with federal law. And that's all. Thank you.
Before we move on, did the chair understand the gentleman to request that the comments by the gentleman of the 59th be entered in the appendix of the journal?
Yes, sir.
Are there objections? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman of the 13th, Dr. Cadle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to clear up a few things. The 200, 100 gallon was the same as Missouri. 5 states have passed this kind of law. Then it was amended to 50, 100. But where the 200, 100 came from, in 1974, they allowed the federal government allowed to make wine and beer, and that's the numbers they set was a 200, 100. So Missouri went with that, and that's why we went with that. But then it got amended, and I'm okay with that. Nobody could drink 50 gallon. But here's something you want to think about at Christmas time. If you made 50 gallon, had a whole big family, and gave them all a quart for Christmas, you might get rid of your 50 gallon. So, and I would urge passage because it's in our state song about the moonshine in West Virginia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 39th, Dr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regardless of what other states do, West Virginia ought to be the last state to make moonshine legal. This only reinforces negative stereotypes that we fight against all the time and that we buck against every time we travel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady in the 51st, Dr. Fleischauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Vice Chair yield to a couple of questions?
Sure.
Okay. One of the points in the bill is that it cannot be sold, correct?
Correct.
And did we check on all federal requirements regarding this issue that you know of? We're not aware of any violation of federal law that this bill would entail, in part since it's legal in a couple of other states.
Well, generally, I mean, I don't want to misspeak here, but we heard testimony in committee that this does run in some, I guess, there is some contravention of or conflict with federal law here. But other states have done it. We've instituted policies in this body that seem to run afoul of the federal government and asserted our state right, and this would be another case there.
Okay, thank you.
Do other members wish to speak to passage of the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 75 ayes, 19 nays, and 6 members absent not voting, a majority having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4158.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action to the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4398 relating to required courses of instruction.
House will please be in order. The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman of the 27th, Delegate Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee substitute for this bill requires to be taught in all high schools located within the state, public, private, parochial, and denominational, the original texts of the Mayflower Compact, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution of the United States and its amendments, with emphasis on the Bill of Rights, the Federalist Papers, the Emancipation Proclamation, and the Constitution of West Virginia and their original context. The State Board must incorporate the study of the documents into the courses of instruction in civics and history, and must revise the model curricula and achievement assessments adopted under the section as necessary to reflect the additional content. It must also make available a list of suggested grade-appropriate supplemental readings for teachers to use that place the documents in their original historical context. Finally, the Federalist Papers and the Mayflower Compact are also added to the other historical documents to be studied in social studies during Celebration Freedom Week. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman first, Delegate McGeehan.
Yeah, will the chair yield for a second?
Sure.
Just one quick question. Does this mandate these requirements over private or parochial schools?
Yes, it does.
Thanks.
Do other members wish to speak to passage of the bill? If the gentleman of the 30th, Delegate Bates, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman from Mercer just yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify, if I can, sir. So we're actually mandating what people can learn during Freedom Week. Is that correct?
Well, they could add more to it, but those are things that are included in Freedom Week.
So we're just thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Do other members wish to speak on the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On the question, there are 92 ayes, 3 nays, and 5 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4398.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action to the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4437 relating to the West Virginia Pay Card Program.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman of the 56th, Douglas Howe, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to authorize the state auditor and state treasurer to expand the West Virginia Pay Card program to vocational rehabilitation services, foster care and adoption, stipends, and other payments made under the programs administered by the Department of Health and Human Resources. The state auditor anticipates that the expanding the Pay Card program will save over $500,000 a year. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Do members wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Gentleman of the 29th, Douglas Steele, your vote's not registered. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 94 ayes, 1 nay, and 5 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4437.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4551 relating to subsidized adoption.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman of the 41st, Douglas Hill, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to define criteria for continuing to receive an adoption subsidy when the adopted child is placed out of the home and to provide mechanisms for reducing this subsidy for families with children in long-term residential placement. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman of the 58th, Douglas Coles.
Mr. Speaker, my wife and I are adoptive foster parents, and we have a direct financial benefit from the passage of this bill, and it has to be excused from voting under Rule 49.
Yes, under the factual circumstances as conveyed to the chair by the gentleman, the chair's ruling would be that the gentleman would be a member of class of greater than 5 and therefore would be directed to vote. Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 95 ayes, 0 nays, and 5 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4551.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 4615, West Virginia Critical Infrastructure Protection Act.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman of the 27th, Douglas Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the West Virginia Critical Infrastructure Protection Act. We spent a good bit of time on this yesterday during the amendment stage. The bill attempts to place in code language which provides additional protections for critical infrastructure. It defines that term and provides a list of what would constitute a critical infrastructure facility. However, it's important to keep in mind that even a facility included in the list does not qualify as a critical infrastructure facility unless it meets one of the following two conditions. It is completely enclosed by a fence or other physical barrier that is obviously designed to exclude intruders, or it's clearly marked with a sign or signs that are posted on the property that are reasonably likely to come to the attention of intruders and indicate that entry is forbidden without site authorization. It provides that any person who willfully and knowingly trespasses or enters property containing a critical infrastructure facility without permission by the owner of the property or its lawful occupant is guilty of a misdemeanor, and upon conviction thereof shall be fined or punished by a fine of $250 up to $1,000 or confined in jail not less than 30 days nor more than 1 year, or both, fined and confined. If the intent of the trespasser is to willfully damage, destroy, vandalize, deface, tamper with equipment, or impede or inhibit operations of the critical infrastructure facility, that person is guilty of a felony, and upon conviction thereof shall be fined between $500 and $3,000, or imprisoned in a state correctional facility for not less than 1, no more than 3 years, or both fined and imprisoned. It further provides that any person who willfully damages, destroys, vandalizes, defaces, or tampers with equipment in a critical infrastructure facility is guilty of a felony, and upon conviction thereof shall be fined between $1,000 and $5,000 or in prison in a state correctional facility for a term of not less than 1 year, no more than 5 years, or both, fined and imprisoned. Additionally, any person or organization who conspires with any person or organization to commit the offense of trespass against a critical infrastructure facility in violation of this section is guilty of a misdemeanor, and upon conviction thereof shall be fined between $2,500 and $10,000. Any person or organization who conspires with any person or organization to willfully damage, destroy, vandalize, deface, or tamper with equipment on or in a critical infrastructure facility is guilty of a felony, and upon conviction shall be fined between $5,000 and $20,000. Finally, any person who is arrested for or convicted of an offense under this section may be held civilly liable for any damages to personal or real property while trespassing, in addition to the penalties imposed by the statute. And any person or entity that compensates, provide consideration or remuneration for a person for trespassing as described in the law may be held civilly liable for damages to personal or real property committed by the person who is being compensated or remunerated for trespassing. Mr. Speaker, that's a summary of the bill. I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman is 60th, Douglas Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, if the gentleman would please yield.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please indulge me. I'm concerned here for some of our civil liberties. Sir, can you define trespassing, please?
Yes, it's being on property that's not owned by you without consent and in opposition to the owner or occupants of the property.
I understand. Being on someone else's property without their permission. So a pipeline right-of-way is going through my general area of the state. That right-of-way, to whom does it belong?
Yeah, well, I think a lot would depend on the language of the easement agreement that created that right-of-way. The owner can reserve rights to appear on that right, to be on that right-of-way, but in many of those easement agreements, that right is given up. So it depends on the voluntarily negotiated easement agreement between the owner and the easement holder.
Yes, sir. So if the pipeline is passing or is being constructed through, say, farmland,
correct,
that farmland belongs to the farmer who holds title to the land.
Okay.
The easement through that land would then belong to the company that's building the pipeline. Is that correct?
It would be, yes. It's considered real property. The easement is, but there again, it depends on the language of the easement agreement as to what rights the owner retains and what rights he gives up.
Yes, sir. So if the farmer who owns the land surrounding the easement is a neighbor of mine, a friend of mine who gives me permission to be on his land, then I can be on his land and I'm not trespassing.
That's correct.
If I have his permission to be on his land and I'm not trespassing, and then I step onto the easement without permission, am I trespassing?
You would be if the owner of the property did not retain the right to be on the easement or the part of the land that's covered by the easement.
Sir. So if the farmer gives me permission to be on his land, but the pipeline company that's constructing the pipeline, that in this case, in this particular instance, owns the easement, I step onto the land without their permission, I am then trespassing.
Well, you're not in violation of this statute unless the area is enclosed by a fence or marked with a sign that makes it clear that your presence is not welcome.
Thank you, sir. Mm-hmm. So we were going to get to that point. So there has to be a barrier and there has to be notification that I'm not allowed on that land.
It's either or.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's either a barrier or signage that makes it clear that you're not welcome on that
okay.
easement.
Can we talk a little bit about conspiracy?
If you wish.
Yes, sir. If I'm a member of an organization that is going to protest against the construction of a pipeline, we have permission to be on the farmland. We go out there on the farmer's land, we're protesting. Are we breaking any laws?
No.
Okay, have our First Amendment rights been impugned at all or infringed upon?
No, not if you're lawfully on the property. You certainly have the right to exercise your First Amendment right.
If one member of my organization decides to climb over a fence onto the easement or to walk under a sign that says we're not allowed there onto the easement, is that person trespassing?
That person would be.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Am I guilty of trespassing if I stay on the farmer's land?
No.
Am I guilty of conspiring if I convince the person to go onto the easement?
If you took the affirmative act to encourage that person to break the law and appear on that area that he's not entitled to be, you could be. You know, it's going to be a jury question as
Yes,
to
sir.
whether you qualify as having an affirmative act in pursuit to that conspiracy.
So there are specific elements of conspiracy that would have to be proven in a court of law.
Sure. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of 59th, Dr. Kump.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to speak on the bill?
Yes, gentleman is recognized.
Like many of you, I've received hundreds what I would deem frenzied phone calls and emails about this bill. Now, I've been a student of our Constitution ever since I was in high school. I believe it is divinely inspired. I believe it is a source of our American excellence. I also believe that our First Amendment rights are very, very sacred. What I don't understand, I can't wrap my head around how anyone would claim that the act of trespassing, vandalism, or damage to a property would violate their First Amendment rights. It just boggles my mind. I think we ought to vote in favor of this bill. It just makes good sense.
The gentleman of the third, Dr. Fluharty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chair of judiciary yield?
Yes, Chair does yield.
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with West Virginia Code 613B3, which involves trespassing on property?
I'm sure I've looked at it. I can't tell you I've memorized it, but I've generally
we
looked
just
at
had a bill in judiciary which opened up that code, so something went off in my head there. So
We've had a lot of bills in judiciary.
Yes, we have. So I want to walk you through that real quick and try to figure out where we're currently at in our state law and where we're going. Now, 613B3, which involves trespassing on property other than a structure or conveyance. There's a subsection F, which deals with a firearm.
Which deals with what? I'm sorry.
A firearm. If you trespass with a firearm and intent to do harm. Okay? Follow me? Do you want to look that up real quick, or just want to go with it?
I'm going to trust you to some extent, okay?
Okay. All right. It's going to make perfect sense for you. So, subsection F talks about if the offender is armed with a firearm or other weapon with the felonious intent to do bodily injury, okay? And they're trespassing. Under current law, is that a felony or a misdemeanor?
It says misdemeanor.
It's a misdemeanor under current law. So if you're trespassing with a firearm with intent to maybe do harm, it is currently a misdemeanor. Under this law that we're about to vote on, if you trespass with a gun with the intent to, say, inhibit the progress of whatever you're protesting against, okay? Is it now a felony?
Yes.
It is now a felony. What happens to your gun rights if you're convicted as a felon?
As I understand the law, you could lose your gun rights.
Okay. So by passing this legislation, under current law, you would not lose your gun rights, and if we pass this, you would lose your gun rights.
It's a policy question as to whether these type of facilities are entitled to enhanced protection to the gentleman, and that's the policy decision we'll be making.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, very briefly.
Yes, gentleman, proceed.
I don't think a lot of you in here know exactly what you're voting on. I try to point that out. Okay? Secondly, this state, we have a lot of pride in West Virginia. A lot of pride. We have pride in the First Amendment. We have pride in the Second Amendment. We have pride from the coal miners to the construction workers who will build these critical infrastructure territories, whatever you want to call them now. It looked like to me, when I went down the list, I wasn't sure if they were critical infrastructure buildings or if they were critical campaign contributions by that list. But nonetheless, we want to trust them to build it, and then we want to lock them up and take away their guns if they want to protest outside of it. It's absurd. And look at our history. Where would we be without protest? Because sometimes the pride only gets you so far. Because while we talk about wanting to live, work, and raise a family in West Virginia, sometimes that's tough. And sometimes that pride turns into protest. And with this legislation, goodbye to the protest. Goodbye to West Virginia history. Goodbye to our heritage. Because that's what we're doing right here. If we were doing this back in the early 1900s, our history would not look like it does today. And I will not vote to suppress the First Amendment. I have voted maybe one time to suppress the Second Amendment, maybe just one time. But I'm not going to vote today to do so, because I don't feel like a lot of you even know what this bill actually does. So I will be voting no, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be siding on the right side of West Virginia history. Thank you.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the passage of the bill? The gentleman of the 15th, Douglas Foster, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll speak in favor of this bill, and the gentleman that just spoke may have misled a little bit, but there's an amendment that passed yesterday, and he started talking about freedom of speech and not having the right to protest. The amendment that passed yesterday, the right to free speech, assembly, including but not limiting to protest and picketing, does not apply to this bill. So, according to the amendment yesterday, he would be incorrect on that assumption. And I believe that there's many protections in this bill for picketing, free speech, others, and I would urge adoption of the bill, because what this does is protect our critical infrastructure in the state. And then according to the amendment that passed yesterday, from the gentleman from the 17th, I think that all the concerns of the gentleman from the 3rd are covered.
The gentleman from the 37th, Douglas Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield?
Yes, chairman does yield.
Yes.
Okay. In this bill, the felony goes into play when there is a destruction of property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would disabling a piece of equipment, rendering it so it couldn't be used, be considered destruction of property? That's really factual.
I think it would just depend on the how that affects the operation of that piece of equipment. If it's just a temporary thing and it can be readily repaired, I'm not sure it falls within destruction, but that would be a situation by situation determination.
So
it could be. Let me put it this way: it could be.
It could be. So what I was getting at, if one, because we all know what this bill's about and where it came from. So, if one chained themselves to a piece of earth-moving equipment that was putting in a gas pipeline, would that be considered destruction of property?
I don't think that would qualify. No, that's my personal.
If they rendered it not useful for that day.
I don't think that would qualify as destruction. I think the common definition of destruction is in some way to destroy it and make it incapable of operating. That would be my view.
Make it incapable of operating if a human being was chained to it?
It would be temporarily disabled is the way I would look at it.
Okay. You're positive of this?
Pardon me?
You're positive of this?
I'm not positive of much of anything anymore since I've been down here 10 years, but no.
Okay, thank you for yielding. Briefly, I'll try to say a few things about this, if that's okay, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, gentleman's recognized. Proceed.
I hope the chairman's right. I hope that what we're not doing would be making a felony out of civil disobedience. Because, while I agree with my friend from the 59th, I don't see this as much of a First Amendment issue as I do of seeing it a way to really severely punish those who engage in civil disobedience. Unfortunately, some folks feel the need to engage in acts of civil disobedience where they know they're going to be arrested, but they make a decision to do something, to break a law and to get arrested because it's something that they truly believe in. Whether it's a pipeline that's going through their land or close to their land, or through the state that they love, or whether it's rising up against unfair taxation. And sometimes these folks feel that they're underrepresented up here, and they feel helpless and hopeless and powerless because some of their elected representatives listen more to the loud voices of the paid industry lobbyists than they do to the people who might be living on the land that this pipeline's going through. Sometimes they feel so hopeless, helpless, and powerless that they resort to acts of civil disobedience. And while it's against the law, I don't think we should be putting people in prison or even in regional jails for extended periods of time for standing up for something they believe in against an unjust law. Reverend Martin Luther King wrote in his letter from a Birmingham jail, he quoted St. Augustine. It says, "An unjust law is no law at all," and went on to say, "There's a moral responsibility to obey just laws, but conversely, a moral responsibility to disobey an unjust law." And if you look at American history, you could say our country was founded on it. There was a group of patriots who banded together in the Boston Harbor to protest unjust taxation of tea, threw the tea off the boat. That was against the law. I'm not sure, it could have been punishable by death under British law. I hope we don't go that far. But this does put severe criminal penalties for standing up for what you believe in. Yeah, there are some folks who even named a right-wing political movement in the early 21st century after this Tea Party. And I see a couple, not as many as I did when I first came to this body. I used to see this Gadsden flag out on a lot of people's desks here. I decided we're going to take it back, officially reclaiming the Gadsden flag, because somebody else is doing the treading now. When we're putting severe criminal penalties and increasing sentence and felonizing certain types of civil disobedience in the United States of America. Whether it's the Sons of Liberty, the Whiskey Rebellion, about taxation without representation in the newly formed territories. Today's actually the anniversary of Mother Jones getting arrested on the corner of what used to be Broad Street and Washington Street. It's now Leon Sullivan Way. This is the anniversary of that, for standing up for something that she believed in. Whether it's folks marching on the Virginia Capitol to protect their Second Amendment rights, they're standing up for something that they believe in. And I think that no matter what it is, if it's standing up against an unjust law, whether it's something I agree with or not, whether it's protesting a pipeline, protesting the taking of the Second Amendment laws, whether it's unfair taxation. Also in that letter from the Birmingham jail, it also had the famous quote that an injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And I believe that this is a threat to justice, and this is an injustice. And while we might be mad at the folks that are temporarily blocking construction of a gas pipeline that is so important to some of the lobbyists with the loudest voices here that represent the oil and gas industry, that are so generous to some of our campaigns, while it might be so important to them, let's face it, the people who are blocking that progress, we're mad at them. But are we really afraid of them? Because there's provisions in this bill that would put some of them in prison and severely fine organizations that they're remotely connected with. And I think that's what this bill really gets at, is going after organizations that seek to protect our air, our land, our property rights. That's what the intent of this bill is, and that's why it's so important to some of these industry lobbyists with the loudest voices in this Capitol, much louder voices than the people we're supposed to represent. If a law like this was on the books in 1963, those quotes that I read you would probably have been from a letter from the Alabama State Penitentiary, not the Birmingham jail. This is an unjust bill, and I hope it doesn't turn into an unjust law. I'm voting no.
Do Do other members wish to speak? The gentleman from the 50th, Caputo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't articulate any better than what my friend from the 37th just did and talked about the history of this state. And I was looking through some of the provisions that would be conceived as critical infrastructure, and one of them is railroads and railroad terminals and railroad passages. And I got to thinking about those coal miners that, due to a bankruptcy that was no control of their own, just simply didn't get paid. Lived from paycheck to paycheck and didn't have any money. So they got together and they decided that we're going to stop that shipment of coal coming out of that mine till they get paid. I guess because they got together, that can now be a conspiracy, punishable by hefty fines and jail time just because a group of people didn't get paid, seeing that the company they worked for was going to make a lot of money shipping that coal out of that mine. They just didn't think it was fair that the company got theirs, but they didn't get the payday that they worked for. I think we're heading down a very, very slippery slope, Mr. Speaker. I truly do. I've been engaged in lots of acts of nonviolent civil disobedience throughout my career. I've been arrested and handcuffed so many times I lost count. I'm not ashamed of that. It was always for the cause. When Peabody Coal and Patriot Coal and Arch Coal tried to take the health care promise away from coal miners, and we blocked the entrances to their buildings, we were arrested, we were processed, we were taken to jail. And we went back the next week, and we did it again. And we went back the next week, and we did it again, and again, and again. Hell, I had scars around my wrists. I had so many handcuffs on me at one time. But you know what? At the end of the day, we were on the side of right. And those coal miners and those widows who were promised lifetime health care, we won the day because we had to show the world in a very peaceful way that we were being wronged. And I will not be ashamed of that. I will never be ashamed of being on the side of right in a nonviolent demonstration of civil disobedience. So I think the gentleman from the 37th was so on point. If it weren't for folks like Mother Jones and Bill Blizzard and those who were not afraid to stand up to the coal and iron police, and when the coal companies owned these towns in southern West Virginia and northern West Virginia, and they took a stand because they believed so strongly in something, I just can't believe that we're going down this slope that could be conceived as taking the right of protest away. Because let me tell you what's going to happen. This will be picked apart. In 1993, when I was on strike, we were charged with federal charges under the RICO Act. I don't even know if you know what that is. It's organized crime. Because we got together and we decided to picket a coal mine, they called it organized crime. So don't think this won't come back to peaceful protests that maybe, with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, you believe are outside the scope of this bill, but it will be challenged in court. It will cost people and organizations a lot of money and a lot of time. And that's just the way it's going to be. I think it's a bad idea. I think it's an extremely horrible idea given the history of this state and working class folks all across this country. I'm a no, and I would encourage my friends and colleagues on both sides of the aisle to think long and hard, and hopefully you'll be a no as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 62nd, Douglas Bibby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to stand up in support of this bill. You would think from the other side that we somehow deliberately pass unjust laws in this nation. Let me remind people, this is the most free nation on in the face of the earth in the history of time. We have a system of checks and balances. Where these issues get handled out is in court. And we do have that. The gentleman from the 50th mentioned this bill may get into court. That's the overriding factor that we have in our system of checks and balances. Now, what we're talking about here is trespassing and deliberately walking onto private property or property that's not yours or you have no permission to be on and destroying critical infrastructure. Well, the bill defines critical infrastructure, means systems and assets, whether physical or virtual, so vital to the United States of America or to the state of West Virginia that the incapacity or destruction of such systems and assets would have a debilitating impact on the security, national economic security, state economic security, national public health or safety, state public health or safety, or any combination of those matters, whether such systems or assets are in operation or are under any state of construction. This is significant, ladies and gentlemen. We have groups out there that would just love to bring down the electric grid in this country, or even, let's just take the Northeast. How would you feel if we allow a group knowingly or conspire to do such a thing, to bring down our electric grid? We got nursing homes, people on life support systems. Yeah, we may have backup systems, but tell that to people in Katrina. Those backup systems only last so long. People could die if some of these critical infrastructure assets were destroyed, or could involve the destruction of our electric grid. So in the argument of the Tea Party, or the Boston Tea Party, that was an unjust law because the colonists at that time had no representation. Britain had passed laws that the colonists had no representatives. We do have representation. We're a republic. So some of those laws that we pass may or may not agree with everybody, but they're a representative democracy. And we pass laws in this country that are based upon constitutional principles. And if those constitutional principles fail, we pass an unconstitutional law, we have remedies. We don't have to go to the streets. We don't have to raid public or private businesses or private institutions to get resolution. We have a system of courts. That's what the courts are for. That's what our system of government is about. This deliberative body we're talking about today, we have people on both sides, people maybe in the middle. That's good. It's good to have a good discussion like this. And I enjoy having discussions like this. So with that said, I understand how those who don't support this bill feel. I come down in support of it. Mr. Speaker, I would recommend a vote in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Gentleman, the 23rd, Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm probably in a bit of a unique position in this body when it comes to this particular topic. And I might be the only person in here, with the exception of a couple of friends across the aisle, that have had the, I don't know if you'd call it opportunity, to see our laws in action when it comes to arresting protesters. And to the excitement of some people, or the potential excitement of some people in this body, there may have been, I wouldn't say for sure, but there could have been a point in time that I may have been one of those guys that made the wrists of the gentleman from the 50th sore by putting those handcuffs on him on some incidents in Boone County when I worked there. But in looking at that, what is proposed here is already in code. It's completely unnecessary. I think I've heard some people talk about that before. Civil disobedience is what we're talking about here. Coming from the coal fields of southern West Virginia, I've seen a great deal of it. I've seen reenactors recreate the March on Blair Mountain. And until we got to a certain point, we never had any issues with them, until they started getting outside the lines of what's permitted or what's permissible. So we came to, let's call it an understanding, and we alleviated a lot of those concerns without any arrests. People want and need to be heard, and I don't think we need to restrict them in their ability to do that. I think that this heightens and restricts their ability to say what they want to say. Even makes it more burdensome on the system that it's a higher penalty for saying what you think than it is, or if you want to label it a critical infrastructure facility. That's to be determined at another argument. But it's a more heightened penalty for that than it is if there's trespassing on a person's home when they're inside of it. There is nothing this bill can do or would do that's not already on the books. Willful destruction of property is prosecutable in the state of West Virginia. That's already on the books. Trespassing is prosecutable, already on the books in the state of West Virginia. Disobeying a lawful order is prosecutable in the state of West Virginia. Conspiracy is prosecutable in the state of West Virginia. Disruption of interstate commerce is prosecutable in the state of West Virginia. I could go on and on and on. So I'm not sure why we're adding this measure to just make it more confusing and cumbersome. So, Mr. Speaker, I would oppose 4615 and ask others to do the same. Thank you.
The gentleman 46, Douglas Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just rise today in support of this bill. You know, we had a pipeline up in our area, and I know that the pipeline's been brought up a lot in this bill. And I saw these people coming in, not only from out of state, but also working from our communities in this pipeline industry. They were there working, and they brought their families here. They were trying to get a job done, and they were union workers. They were hard workers. They wanted to go to work. They wanted to go out on the pipeline and do their job. That's what they wanted to do. But we had people standing in the way of them able to do their jobs, of standing in front of their vehicles and really just trying to disrupt them being able to go to work. And I'm not against protesting whatsoever as far as if you're not for a pipeline, that's fine. But you should not be standing in another person's way of taking that person and their family, providing for their family out to go to work and make a living. And, you know, we talked about making West Virginia a place to live, work, and raise a family. Well, that is exactly what this bill does. This bill allows those people to get out there and to work and be able to have an income for their family. And so I think this is a great bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The gentleman with the 67th, Douglas Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening earlier to something that the chairman of Judiciary said, and that really drove home to me. And I apologize to him because I presume I'm going to be on the opposite side of the fence from him on this issue, but it did cause me to think. The question he asked was, it's a policy decision, do these facilities deserve enhanced protection? I don't think they do, and part of the reason is I began to think of other things that are not in this bill. Police stations are not in this bill. Are they not as deserving of enhanced protection as anything that's in the bill? Fire stations are not in this bill. Schools I can't think of more critical infrastructure than school buildings. They're not in this bill. Now, someone might ask a very legitimate question, Doyle, why didn't you offer an amendment to put those things in the bill? The answer is I didn't think of any of them until recently listening to this debate, which drives home the point. We could sit here for hours and come up with more things that are just as deserving as the things that are listed. I think this means the bill is fatally flawed, and I think for that reason we should reject it. Thank you.
The gentleman with 58th, Coles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the bill. What we're talking about is criminal trespassing and criminal destruction of property. If you read the bill, it says willfully damages, destroys, vandalizes, defaces, or tampers with equipment and critical infrastructure facilities. We're talking about criminal trespassing and destruction of property at critical infrastructure facilities. My friends, those aren't protected actions. They're just not. They're criminal actions. And they deserve enhanced penalties if it's at a critical infrastructure facility. I've heard some debate here, and I would invite you to please stand up. If there are protests, if you want to exercise your freedom of speech, your freedom of assembly, any of your God-given rights, we enjoy that here. That's not what this is about. This is about criminal trespassing and criminal destruction of property. Civil disobedience rights are important. They're important to me, but so are property rights. Those two rights have to come together. I think it's reasonable. In fact, they come together today as criminal actions if they're on someone else's property and are trespassing or destroying property. This bill enhances those penalties if it's at certain sensitive areas like a critical infrastructure facility. Mr. Speaker, I urge my friends and colleagues to support the bill as well. Thank you.
The gentleman with the 27th, Douglas Schott, to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to find a starting point because I've heard so many things that I think distort what we're talking about today. We're talking about voluntary lawbreakers who invade property that does not belong to them, private property, with the intent to disrupt and with possible catastrophic effects because of the nature of that property. Let me give you a real-life example of what can happen. This is not made up. On April 16th of 2013, one or more persons armed with high-powered rifles took out 17 giant transformers at what's called the Metcalf Transmission Substation, which feeds power to all of Silicon Valley. 17 giant transformers, cost of which can be as much as $3 million each. But the key is not the cost of those transformers. Property can be replaced at a cost. It can be replaced. It's the catastrophic effect, the cascading effect that could have had on the people of Silicon Valley. Not just the Googles of the world and their office operations, but the nursing homes, the hospitals, those places that depend on that power to operate, in many cases, to keep alive people that need that. Also should remind you that when we talk about civil disobedience, that prior to the September 11th attacks, the number one domestic terrorism threat in America, according to our FBI, was a radical environmental group called the Earth Liberation Front. And whether we like it or not, there are people like that out there who are committed, and I think we can all respect their commitment, but their method of showing their disobedience actually crosses over the line into threatening the welfare of other people. And in this case, with this bill, people we also represent who could be affected by the interruption of a power station, for instance, interruption of the flow of their energy to their homes in one way or the other. And all we're talking about here, really, when you boil it down to, is should these type of lawbreakers be punished more severely than other lawbreakers who don't threaten the same type of calamitous effects among the rest of our folks? To my friend from the 50th, the example he gave about the miners who were upset and protesting on the railroad tracks, that's been taken care of. We had an amendment yesterday by the gentleman from the 17th, I believe it is, if I got it right. It says, the provisions of this section do not apply to, and the second part of that, picketing at the workplace that is otherwise lawful and arises out of a bona fide labor dispute, including any controversy concerning wages, salaries, hours, working conditions, or benefits. And that includes health and welfare, sick leave, insurance, pension, the full range of benefits, wages, and benefits that might be the subject of some dispute. This bill doesn't apply to that. We accepted that out yesterday. So while that certainly brings out sympathy, it's irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant to the consideration of this bill. What we're talking about here is acts in a specific location that can have a devastating effect. And are we entitled, as those who protect our fellow citizens, to exact a higher penalty out of those people who act voluntarily to break the law to create the potential for those kind of devastating effects? That's the policy we're setting here. Are we justified in exacting a higher penalty out of those people, the consequences of their intentional, voluntary, unlawful act in invading private property that does not belong to them? Can we exact a higher penalty? And that's all this bill does. In an effort to dissuade those people from going upon those type of infrastructures with the idea of creating either disruption or damage. I think that's logical for us to do that. I think that's perfectly appropriate. At the same time, we certainly don't want to chill free speech. In any of these cases, if someone is standing, as the gentleman from the 60th in his questions, if you're standing on property on which you have the right to be, or on public property on which you have the right to be, you can yell and holler and carry on all you want. But once you cross over into property that doesn't belong to you, where you have no right to be, and it's clearly marked or enclosed, and the consequences of that could be devastating, then what we want in return is higher penalties to dissuade people from doing that. And frankly, I find it somewhat outrageous to analogize some of these acts to the Boston Tea Party in 1774. Keep in mind, these people did break the law, but they intentionally took part in an act that they knew the consequences were severe, right? They knew those consequences were severe. They risked a lot, and it's hard for me to justify equating those type people somebody who goes on somebody else's property when the offense could bring a $100 fine. Big difference. Big difference between people that knowingly take a risk of their lives to people who want to be able to create the kind of harm that could occur in invading some of these properties without permission. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a policy decision we ought to make to protect our individuals from interruption of critical infrastructure services that are provided, and I would strongly urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On the question, there are 60 ayes, 35 nays, and 5 members absent not voting. A majority having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 4615.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4655, permitting military personnel in areas where on-the-job emergency medicine is part of the training hearing to be granted automatic EMS or EMT certification.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman of 56, Douglas Howell, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to permit United States military personnel employed in areas where on-the-job emergency medicine is part of their training and routine job performance to apply and be automatically granted certification as a paramedic or emergency medical technician. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Do members wish to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 94 ayes, 0 nays, and 6 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4655.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4706, related to reports concerning funds due to unknown or unlocatable interest owners.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman of the 8th, Douglas Anderson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In an effort to achieve transparency and to collect information which is not reported to state government at the present time, this bill addresses changes to the partition statute and the leasing of missing and unknown owner statute. Under both these statutes, there are officials appointed by the circuit courts who are holding funds which are due to owners of real property whose name or location is unknown and whose funds are otherwise undeliverable. The bill requires that these officials to provide an annual report concerning the funds to the state treasurer. Additional copies are to be provided to the Joint Committee on Government and Finance of this legislature and the Supreme Court of Appeals of West Virginia. The annual reports will concern the funds being managed during the 12 months prior to June of each year. The reports are to identify the officials responsible for the funds, the circuit court and case numbers granting the authority, and provide certain financial information. The reports are also to list the institutions where the funds are held and provide other information requested by the state treasurer. The state treasurer, after consultation with the Supreme Court of Appeals of West Virginia, is authorized to create a standardized process for the reporting and propose rules to carry out the provisions. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those, yes, the gentleman of 6, Doug Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill because I have some concerns. I've talked to several of my constituents back home, and I wonder if when we were drafting this bill we considered contacting circuit clerks, circuit judges, contacting general receivers to see what their impressions were of this bill. Now, I did. I reached out, and not one circuit judge that I spoke to was for this, because they already have a plan in place annually for general receivers. They already have a plan in place whereby they're audited independently, and those audits are then given to the circuit judge, and they are filed with the court. The general receivers are appointed by the court, and they answer to the court, and we already have these things in place. Mr. Speaker, I would just say in closing that not only am I going to vote no, but I urge my colleagues to do the same. We don't need this level of redundancy. We've got too much of it as it stands. Thank you.
Do other members wish to speak to passage of the bill? Does the gentleman from the 8th wish to close debate on the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I urge passage of the bill. the individual report, there is no reporting to any level in state government about this to see to ascertain the level of funds that are out there from our level, nor is there any way to know the amount of money that is out there. And there is a possibility that monies are being held that might be or should be returned to the state treasurer after a period of time to be sent out and the treasurer advertise. I have not been able to ascertain the level of advertising to try to return these funds to people who are entitled to receive them, and there is no oversight from any position in this at the state level of government, either by the Supreme Court of Appeals or the state treasurer who's in charge of unclaimed property, or this legislature, to ascertain the amount of money that is out there and to make sure that we're getting the money returned to the people, or it is returned to the treasurer for distribution from his level as unclaimed property. Again, I ask and request and urge passage. Thank you.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On the question, there are 85 ayes, 10 nays, and 5 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4706.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate, request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4790 relating to career technical education for middle school students.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman of the 27th, Delegate Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is relating to career technical education for middle school students. This bill modifies the current programs in workforce preparedness by broadening the information to be communicated to all students to include the knowledge, college and career skills, and life characteristics that are needed for success in occupations and entrepreneurship in the changing world of work. At the middle school level, the program may be integrated with comprehensive career explorations, which also may include, but is not limited to, CTE foundational courses, standalone career exploration courses, and mini courses, field trips, guest speakers, and career mentors as provided in the State Board rule. Beginning with the school year 22-23, county boards of education must provide elective CTE courses for middle school students that may include, but are not limited to, foundational CTE courses developed with a focus on high school or high need occupational areas within their area or region, agriculture, industrial arts, and home economics. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? The gentleman 36, Delegate Robbins, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman yield?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I was listening to your description there, and I was trying to figure out what exactly you said this modifies or extends or something of the coursework that would be within this program.
They already have clusters. I believe it's 18 different clusters, topics that they embed into their curriculum. This also modifies that a little bit so they can put it into selective courses, that type of thing.
Where in the code does it say, or where in the proposed code does it say that? Because I'm a little confused by the sentence structure, because it says, the program of instruction shall include guidelines for schools working through their local school improvement councils and business partners to communicate the knowledge, college and career skills, and life characteristics needed for success in occupations and entrepreneurship in the changing world of work. And I think the sentence structure, it's a bit of a run-on sentence, and it seems to
be very similar to the current code. I was trying to figure out what the difference is.
If you look on page 2 on section C, it has beginning with the school year 22-23, county boards of education shall provide elective career technical education courses for middle school students that may include but are not limited to foundational career technical education courses, career technical education courses developed with a focus on high-need occupational areas within the area or region, agriculture, industrial arts, and home economics.
So how is that different from what we have now?
They're already not offering all of those.
They're already not offering those?
Most of the schools aren't doing industrial arts, home economics, things like that. This is putting those back into the school system.
There are no schools doing these things?
I can't say there are none, but I think a majority of them aren't.
Because I believe there's a pilot program right now that the school board's implemented in at least one county, maybe more, and they plan on growing that. So, but you believe they aren't doing this right now?
Well, they're probably doing some. Like I said, I didn't say all aren't.
Okay. Now, I see that. Now, the existing code, when was it enacted?
Council tells me last year they enacted that.
So it was effective June 6, 2019, correct?
I'm assuming what you have in your hand is correct.
Okay. Now, it said the existing code has them promulgate rules. Has that been completed?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Rule 2510 has been completed.
2510.
According to my advisor, 2510.
I believe the rule that applies to this section is 2520.13.
I will take your word for that. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. Have you read that rule?
I may have. I don't have it in front of me, so I can't swear to that.
Okay. Now you're adding a sentence here to kind of expand this, or what you believe expands it, correct? So maybe 2 sentences?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I've got this rule in front of me. I do have it in front of me. Now, I haven't read it in its entirety because it's, I believe, 64 pages long. And it gives all sorts of availabilities for the school board to go in and implement. But you believe your 2 sentences expands it beyond the 64 pages of rules that the Board of Education came up with?
It may.
It may or it does?
Just saying it may. They may already be utilizing that.
So they may already be doing what you're proposing in the code?
To some extent, maybe in some pilot schools.
What was that?
I said maybe in some of the pilot schools that you documented.
But if we have 64 pages of rules that give all sorts of options to the school boards, and then you believe your 2 sentences may expand it, do you see any issue with putting something in that may expand or may not when they already have 64 pages of rules?
Well, to the gentleman, I don't have the rule in front of me that you're describing, so I really can't comment on that.
Okay. Well, I believe that rule, you want to ask council if that rule was effective on July 1, 2019?
Oh, yes. The rule, I think it applies.
Not 2510 that he thought it was, but 2520, as I corrected?
He doesn't have an answer for that, so I don't know. I can't answer that for you.
Okay. And
I'll take your word if you have it in front of you.
Okay. In the existing code, it says that they shall come up, they shall promulgate rules, and they are required to have an instruction. The program of instruction shall include guidelines for schools working through their local school improvement councils, business partners, to communicate to students the common skills and attributes sought by employees and prospective employers. So your language, I think it adds words but no substance. Would you agree with at least that section? Because I think
I think you and I can agree to disagree on things.
I haven't gotten my question yet. I was trying to agree with...
You asked him if I agree, and I said I think we agree to disagree.
Okay, that's a common practice, but let's keep going. So, would you agree that that section of code, the existing section of code, has been enacted? It was effective June 1, 2019. The rules were promulgated, and they were effective 7/1, 2019. So the existing code is in effect right now, and the school board shall do these things, shall have this instruction. Would you at least agree with that?
I don't have it in front of me, so I'm assuming you're correct.
Well, that's in your code. It's in the bill right in front of you. It says the state board shall promulgate a rule pursuant to 29A 3B1 et sec of this code that adopts a program of instruction in general workforce and career preparedness for all students. The program of instruction shall include guidelines for schools working through their local school improvement councils and business partners to communicate to students the common skills and attributes sought by employers and prospective employees. So would you agree that is the existing code?
Well, if you just wrote that on there, that's what I'll agree with.
That's the existing code, the new course.
And it was effective June 1, 2019, correct?
If you say it was June 2019, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
The new part says other things that add to it, so I will agree to that part.
Okay. So your new part, which we agree to disagree, actually adds any substance to it.
It adds selective courses to it.
Okay. Well, that's the agree or disagree part.
All right, well, then we're done.
So line 19 says
Mr.
beginning...
Speaker, I don't need to field any more questions from him. Thank you.
Chairman no longer yields. Lady from the 4th, Dr. Zukoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak in favor of this bill. It does expand the current legislation just a little bit. I will agree with my colleague on that. But I also think it sets a precedent that this body thinks that CTE in middle school is important. We're very fortunate in Marshall County to already have a middle school CTE program. We have 3 middle schools. They all have a CTE program, and we have 75% participation across the board in CTE in those schools. It also leads to students being better ready to move into trades or certificate programs, nursing school, because they have access at the lower grade levels to understand what's going to be available to them in the community and through the CTE programs. We've seen that this program has expanded our students getting ready for the workforce. As a matter of fact, some of our high school students are all ready to go and they're hired as soon as they graduate. So I see this as an added benefit for the students in West Virginia, and I will be voting for this bill, and I urge others to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes again Dr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even if the gentleman would not like to yield, I'd like to point out that while the legislation from last year is active, the rule from last year that was required to be promulgated is active. This program should have been active in September of 2019. The new legislation pushes this back to 2022 to 23 school year. So while we may not be making any substantive change to the code or to what is required, we are pushing this back another 2 years. So while I will agree to disagree that this code does absolutely nothing, I will agree what it does is push and delay the implementation of the things we all agree need to be done. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 44th, Dr. Hannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to stand and follow the comments of the gentlelady from, I think it's Marshall, perhaps, the 4th, the gentlelady from the 4th. I think she stated her points very well. The sooner that we can introduce children to different career aspects, the better. And I stated in committee that whether you're in first grade and you decide you want to be an NBA player or an astronaut, it doesn't matter. As long as we have kids thinking about these ideas, it gives them motivation and it gives them inspiration to do better and to strive for goals. So to implement these things in middle school, it's going to give those kids an extra option and let them know that the only pathway to success is not through a 4-year degree. Because I think that's something that we often stress in West Virginia, is that for success you have to go to college. But that's simply not true. There are thousands of skills jobs in West Virginia that go unfilled every year because people don't have the right training. And the language in this bill, I believe it does serve a purpose. It leaves the counties the flexibility to develop their own curriculum high need. And flexibility, by the way, is the ability to easily be modified. And I believe that the language is also quite permissive to let them do what they believe, which is allowing or characterized by greater excessive freedom of behavior. I made sure to verse myself in those definitions yesterday. But Mr. Speaker, this bill is a great bill. I don't see why anybody could possibly oppose giving our middle school students a jump or a head start on career and technical education, especially in counties that don't have vocational centers or these curriculums that are already offered to start with. So I would be in favor of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I would hope that the rest of my colleagues would be in favor as well. Thank you.
Does the gentleman of the 27th, Ellington, wish to close debate on the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On the question, there are 94 ayes, 1 nay, and 5 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4790.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Are there further bills on third reading? If not, bills on second reading.
Senate Bill 300, updating certain terms in West Virginia Corporation Net Income Tax Act.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 310, updating certain terms used in West Virginia Personal Income Tax Act.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4155, relating generally to the regulation of plumbers.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Foster moves to amend the bill.
Gentleman from the 15th, Delegate Foster. Does the gentleman wish to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there objections? Chair hears no objections. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On my amendment, it does a few different things, some of which is just clean up from the committee. There was a few errors in reference to journey person, basically a master plumber and a journeyman plumber, and it basically changes the language to master journey person plumber. And then also the second change we have there is a minor change with your verifying your hours through military service and training, allowing that to count towards your licensure. I believe that's something that was inadvertently removed in committee. So we want that military service and training to be able to count towards your licensure as long as it's within the field of plumbing. Your hours can count towards that licensure. And the more substantial change in this bill is dealing with drug and alcohol testing. There was a amendment added to require drug and alcohol testing for plumbers, and on that drug and alcohol testing, we don't provide that even for somebody in the pharmaceutical industry. And this went into a section of code 21-1D2, which is the West Virginia Drug and Alcohol. It's a West Virginia Drug-Free Workplace Act, and I think it goes against the intent of the bill, because it's basically making it more difficult for someone to get in the field of plumbing when the bill tends to make it a little bit easier. Plus, also it goes against some of the recent legislation we passed dealing with medical marijuana. So I would urge adoption of the amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. The gentleman, the 27th, Dr. Schott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the amendment. I don't know anything about plumbers other than when I need one. But I do have a concern, and we've talked a lot about constitutional concerns. We talked a lot about the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. There's also a Fourth Amendment that guarantees your privacy interests by preventing unreasonable searches and seizures. And there's a long line of cases that basically find that have held that a drug test is, in fact, a search. But it normally requires some sort of reasonable suspicion before you can, especially the government. Now, keep in mind what we're talking about here. This is a government rule, It's not an individual employer rule. Those rules actually with regard to search and seizure are different with respect to the drug test aspect. But in this case, basically a person couldn't get this license or this certification unless they had taken a prior drug test, which in my mind means the government is conditioning a right upon them taking this particular drug test. There are exceptions in the law, but normally it requires the governmental agency to demonstrate some substantially important special need that would overcome your normal right, your normal individual privacy right. I don't see that demonstration has been made here. It seems to me this is a blanket requirement without any showing of any kind of danger or anything. So I think we are running into some potential, probably real problems with respect to enforcing that type of requirement, and therefore I think the gentleman's amendment to remove that requirement makes a lot of sense, and I would urge adoption of his amendment.
The gentleman of the 50th, Doug Caputo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to my friend's amendment. This issue of drug testing has been around for a long time, and we had a very extensive debate in the GovOrg committee room in regard to this. We require it for electrical licenses. Coal miners are required to submit to drug tests, so it's nothing new in the industry. And, Mr. Speaker, part of the debate was, this is only a once-a-year requirement to submit a drug and alcohol test before you get the license. No clean test, no license. It's just that simple. There's nothing difficult about it. And our intent was, and a lot of the discussion was, we have a huge drug problem in West Virginia. Everybody wants to recognize that. Everyone wants to talk about that. But when we can maybe raise awareness to someone who maybe has a problem, now all of a sudden we don't want to do it. One thing I learned about my line of work, and I had to represent people for a long time, and unfortunately had to represent people who were addicted to drugs, some through no fault of their own. And the last person, Mr. Speaker, to ever know there's a problem is the person with the problem. Your parents know, your friends know, your family knows, and all your coworkers know. But until that person with the problem realizes it, it's very difficult. And Mr. Speaker, I want to add to, not only was it debated at great length, but it passed on a 23-to-1 vote in committee. 23-to-1. The chairman voted for it, and the vice chairman voted for it. So I hope that they're going to stand up and defend the committee position on this amendment. It wasn't just something that was thrown out there. It wasn't a knee-jerk reaction. There was a lengthy debate. I think it's a good provision in our code. I think if we're going to talk the talk, we need to walk the walk as well. I don't think it's unreasonable for an individual to submit a drug test once a year in order to receive his or her license. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise against the gentleman's amendment. I would ask the others to do the same, and I do ask for the yeas and nays on the amendment. Thank you, sir.
The gentleman of the 60th, Doug Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman please yield?
Chairman of which committee?
Yes, sir. Judiciary, please.
Chairman does yield.
Sure. Thank you, sir. So your concern is that this might be an infringement of the Fourth Amendment rights if the government requires the drug testing. Is there any reason were this amendment to pass and then the bill to pass and become the law, is there any reason that an employer would not be allowed to require drug testing before they employed someone?
I think there is a difference, and I think the case law is that the employer can request condition the employment or the continuation of the employment on passage of a drug test. Where I have the problem is where the government does that without a compelling need to show some sort of significant public interest in doing so.
Yes, sir. One other question real quick. What about labor unions? Is there any reason that a union would not be able to impose that requirement on their members?
I'm not aware of any. Once again, it's private action versus government action, and the union is not a government agency, so I don't have the same concern if the union would require its members to pass the drug test.
Thanks, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady in the fourth, Dr. Zukoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise against this amendment. I've had constituents who are in the construction trade call me from home, and contact me, and they believe having this drug test being certified on a yearly basis helps their business. They can say they've been drug tested, they're certified, that's proven through the license, and they have to do it on a yearly basis. And I'm also a little confused about this because last year when we approved Senate Bill 1, which allows our students to go to school, we required, because it's industry standard, to have those students drug tested in order to get into the free community college program. So I think this is just a complete opposite of what we're requiring our students that are going to be going into the trades to do. So for those reasons, I'm against this amendment and would encourage those in the body to also vote against it. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 53rd, Douglas Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I have to say is, first off, who do you give this drug test to? You're going to send it in to the Department of Labor, say that I've took it? And the other thing you want to think about, since you don't have anybody to give this to or someone requiring it, all you have to do is stay clean for a week, get your drug test. Does not mean that you're not going to be on drugs. You only have to stay clean for a week or so. If you're on marijuana, I think it's 30 days, it won't show up. So guess what? If you've got to report this, that's what you will do. It's not going to catch anybody. Somebody would have to be pretty dumb to send in a hot drug test. So what it does do, it costs another $50 upon your $75 that the Department of Labor has charged everybody for their plumber's license. And so now it's $125. That's what this does. And it is discouraging young people to get into the trades. The reason the union people want you to do this is because they make their employers, because they are not employers. They are employees. And everybody that has a crew runs safety because it's lower on your insurance. One of the things you do is random drug tests. Those do mean. That means when you come in and your name comes up on the computer, you've got 2 to 4 hours to go get your drug test. That does tell you whether you're hot or not. But the way this is, all this is doing is impeding people to go into the trades. And I hope that you vote for this amendment. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 3rd, Douglas Fluharty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman judiciary yield?
Sure.
Would it be possible that the plumbers in this discussion could be doing their work in a critical infrastructure?
Well, yeah, I suppose it could be, yes.
Okay, so you don't think there's a compelling government interest to ensure that our critical infrastructures are not being built by those using drugs?
I think that if you had a certification to work on a critical infrastructure project, perhaps adding it at that stage would make some sense, because I think you could defend the issue of the potential danger. But for every plumber, doesn't make any sense to me, and I think it runs afoul of the Fourth Amendment.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
The gentleman, the 2nd, Douglas DeSario.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chairman of Judiciary yield.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You know I'm not an attorney, so I'm probably going out on a limb here asking you this, but when you spoke about governmental getting into this and interfering with rights, how do they do it with the DOT when our over-the-road truck drivers are demanded to be drug tested?
My understanding is there has been a demonstration of the safety issue that would be involved with individuals under the influence of some intoxicant and operating with a CDL, a heavy-duty piece of equipment or something. In this case, there's been no demonstration made. And as I describe the constitutional issues here, there are exceptions when the government can make a demonstration of some substantial danger that outweighs the individual rights to privacy. My concern with this bill and why I spoke in favor of the amendment is I don't think there's any evidence in this rule that determination and any evidence has been offered that a person that qualifies as a journeyman plumber poses any specific danger to the community that would justify compelling that person to take a drug test.
Thank you, sir. Briefly speak to the bill.
Yes, gentleman is recognized.
I would disagree with that. I think a plumber's qualifications go into hospital with gases in hospital. So I would think that that's a pretty dangerous thing. I'd like to speak on a couple other points too, because I've heard some of our members stand up and say about the unions, and this is all about the union thugs. He might not have said it. But how about if we know this? The Home Builders Association, which is not a union organization, is on board with this. Okay? It didn't matter a couple years ago when we tried to people that were going to get benefits, welfare benefits or whatever, they're going to have to take a drug test. That was okay. They're dangerous people. Just because they were getting welfare and food stamps, that's danger to the community. So I stand against this. I think, as was said before, if we're going to talk the talk, let's walk the walk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 22nd, Douglas Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked for Rule 49 for the reasons I stated to the chair.
Yes, as the gentleman has explained the factual circumstances to the chair, the gentleman does own a laboratory testing facility that performs drug tests, and it would be the ruling of the chair that the gentleman would be part of a class of greater than 5 individuals, and therefore would be directed to vote on both the amendment and the underlying bill should the amendment be adopted. Does the gentleman of the 15th, Douglas Foster, wish to close debate on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. On this amendment, there's several things that we talked about, and I know we had the constitutional issue and the debate about the Fourth Amendment, but on top of that, there's some other compelling concerns with this amendment. Well, with the drug testing being placed in this bill. For one, it defines it as 21 1D2 A, D, and H. And if you look at that, that's in the West Virginia Drug-Free Workplace Act. And what that is, and to kind of address some of the situation of the critical infrastructure section, this would apply in any state government contract that you'd have to be drug tested anyway. And that's under 21 1D2. But if you look at the last definition is a 9-panel drug screen, what would be screened for. And the drug testing program that tests for marijuana, cocaine, opiates, hydromorphine, oxycodone, hydrocodone, and many others. But what I want to point out to you there is it says marijuana. So this bill would test for marijuana, but also conform to the limits where provided under federal mandate drug and alcohol testing programs. Well, that would specifically exempt anybody that is taking medical marijuana from the ability to be a plumber. That's what you're doing here. This is specifically making it impossible to be a plumber if you're using medical marijuana. So that's another issue with this amendment, how it's drafted, going to that section of code. But on top of that, also, we're not even drug testing pharmacists under their licensure. And then this is just putting that added burden on top of somebody, as the gentleman from the 53rd mentioned, an added cost to have to be drug tested before they could get their licensure. And this is something that in most cases will be done by the employer, and that's how we do it now, and I would urge adoption of the amendment.
A roll call on the amendment has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question before the House then is the adoption of the amendment as explained by the gentleman of the 15th, Douglas Foster. Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 45 ayes, 49 nays, and 6 members absent not voting. Less than a majority in favor. The chair declares the amendment lost. Are there further amendments?
Delegate Nasario moves to amend the bill on page 1, section 2, line 11, by striking out the words journeyman plumber and inserting in lieu thereof the words master journey person plumber, provided that the commissioner credit relevant verified military service, training, or education toward the licensing requirements, and to amend the bill on page 2, section 2, line 19, after the word training by inserting provided that the commissioner credit relevant verified military service, training, or education toward the licensing requirements.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment is just read by the clerk. Are there members who wish to speak to the adoption of the amendment? The gentleman, the second, Douglas Desario, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This language, as it was stated before concerning our military service, was stricken by mistake. Just asking it to be put back in there. I can tell you that our union members that we speak of so much are proud of the work that we have done with helmets to hard hats. We welcome our military veterans into the construction world with open arms, and I would appreciate your support on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman, the 60th, Douglas Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman please yield?
Yes, sir.
Just a quick question, sir. Is it your intent with this amendment that each individual application for qualification be reviewed, or rather that a system be established such that a course of study that's provided by the military be qualified?
I don't know that I have the exact answer to that, but the end of it doesn't sound bad. I'd have to ask for legal help with that, actually.
Yes, sir. If I may, I'd like to inform the gentleman that there are specific MOSs, mission-oriented specialties in the United States military that include qualified plumbers, include qualified carpenters, electricians. These are from construction engineer units, and that's actually the training they go through.
If it's off the top of my head, that sounds wonderful. We want people who are already, into the field and with training. I don't see where that would hinder it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman, the 15th, Douglas Foster.
As the gentleman said, this is actually the rest of my amendment that I made without the drug testing portion. I would stand in support of the amendment and also ask that the remarks from the gentleman from the 4th be included in the Pennington Journal about his mistake. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 4th is...
The gentleman that's the sponsor of the amendment.
The objection is heard. Are there other members who wish to speak to the adoption of the amendment? If not, the question before the House is the amendment as read by the clerk. Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments?
Delegate Worrell moves to amend the committee substitute on page 3, section 3, line 27, after the word facilities by inserting the word or. On page 3, section 3, line 30, after the word business, and the semicolon by striking the word or and inserting in lieu thereof a period. And on page 3, section 3, line 31, striking out subdivision 10 in its entirety.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment as just read by the clerk. The gentleman, the 18th, Douglas Worrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And real quick, all this does is under the bill, there are exemptions that you don't have to have a license for plumbing. And this line just simply takes out a person who performs plumbing work for a total cost under $5,000. This just removes that line. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on adoption of the amendment. Do other members wish to speak to adoption of the amendment? If not, then the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Chair is uncertain. Those in favor of the amendment will raise one hand. Thank you. Put your hands down. Those opposed to the amendment will raise one hand. The ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Chair declares the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments?
Delegate Miller moves to amend the bill on page 2, section 3, line 3, following the word article by inserting in a new subsection B to read as follows. B, the Commissioner of Labor shall determine if each applicant for new licenses and license renewal qualifies for employment under the E-Verify program administered by the United States Department of Homeland Security and the United States Social Security Administration, provided that nothing in this subsection may make the Commissioner liable for the employment of undocumented workers, and renumbering the subsequent sections accordingly.
The question before the House then is the adoption of the amendment as just read by the clerk. The gentleman from the 23rd, Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Simply put, this provides for a background examination, if you will, to make sure that those individuals up for licensure in West Virginia are actually eligible for employment in the United States.
The gentleman from the 15th, Delegate Foster.
Point of inquiry, just a question. This amendment provides that the Commissioner shall e-verify. Is this germane to the plumber's licensure?
The Chair does not have the bill before him. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chair has reviewed both the amendment and the underlying bill. It would be the ruling of the Chair that the bill does address multiple factors associated with who may be in receipt of a license under that particular section. The amendment as proposed by the gentleman from the 23rd would be a part of an overall scheme of licensure. Therefore, the Chair would rule the amendment is germane to the bill. The gentleman to 62nd, Delegate Bibby.
Mr. Speaker, I was on the prevailing side of that last vote for the amendment, and I misunderstood the gentleman, what he did in that amendment. I'd like to have reconsideration of that vote.
You're talking about the vote on
2-13, World 2-13.
And the gentleman's asking for what?
A reconsideration. I was on the prevailing side of that vote.
A motion for reconsideration?
Yes, sir.
Clerk will note the making of the gentleman's motion for reconsideration, and upon conclusion of this amendment, we'll take up the gentleman's motion for reconsideration.
Thank you.
The question now before the House, however, is still the amendment proposed by the gentleman from the 23rd, Delegate Miller. Do other members wish to speak to that amendment? The gentleman from the 15th, Delegate Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm opposed to this amendment because there's some issues with the amendment. It sets up forth another procedure for e-verify, puts under the Commissioner. First of all, you're probably going to have to add some funding to the Commissioner if they have to go forward and e-verify under the Division of Labor and make sure that everybody qualifies for e-verification. Then on top of that, if you look at the section of code that actually should be addressed, in my opinion, is 21(1)(b)(5). And basically that goes into the employer, and there's also penalties. Sorry, 21(1)(b) et al. There's a requirement for an I-9, and you have to have a social security number and identification, something to prove that you're a citizen, and that's on the requirement of the employer. This is switching it to the requirement of the Commissioner of Labor. I think we cover this in 21(1)(b) when we provide that the employer must certify that they are legal residents of the United States and of West Virginia, or of the United States, and that's done through your I-9 applications. So this is already covered, but what this would do is take that, put in a Commissioner of Labor, have to basically have another added layer, and also possibly have to add money to the Commissioner of Labor in order to be able to afford to do this. So I would urge rejection.
The gentleman of the 55th, Douglas Bonagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge adoption. How many here you going to campaign on build the wall, but then you got an amendment in here that tracks illegal aliens or undocumented workers for construction companies in the state of West Virginia? Because if you vote no, and I'm going to request a roll call, we can show everybody you don't really mean build that wall or protect West Virginia against illegal trade activities. And my friend has offered an amendment to try to clean that up in the state of West Virginia. So I applaud him, I support him, and Mr. Speaker, I request everybody vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Are there other members? The gentleman of the 32nd, Doug Fast.
Speaker, would the gentleman from the 15th yield for a question?
Gentleman does yield.
Yes.
E-Verify, is that normally to verify U.S. citizenship for employment purposes?
It's through a federal program.
But for employment?
Yes.
Okay. And the gentleman's amendment, does that have anything to do with employment, or is it just for licensure?
It falls under the licensure code. So in order to get licensure, you would have to be E-Verified as well.
Okay, so the gentleman's amendment has nothing to do with a person hiring an illegal immigrant. It's just licensure, whether or not they can get a license or not.
Yeah, the hiring provisions would fall under 21(1)(b)(3), 3 through 7, I believe it is, and that goes with your I-9, as I discussed before, and you have to verify that they're legal resident of the United States before they can be employed. This is completely separate of that in the licensure provisions, and adding E-Verify to one of the requirements that the commissioner must verify in order for licensure.
All right, thank you. Speak to the bill.
Yes, gentleman is recognized to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm all in favor of E-Verify when it comes to hiring an employee. That's what E-Verify is for. That's not what we're talking about. Yeah, I'm in favor of building the wall. I don't want to hire illegal immigrants as well. We want to make sure they are citizens of the United States, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about licensure here. We're not talking about an employer hiring an employee, so I would urge rejection of the amendment.
The gentleman of the 14th, Doug Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 15th agree to a question again?
Yeah.
Thank you. The purpose of this bill, as I read it, is to make it easier for someone to get in the plumbing business. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so does this amendment seem to be consistent with the purpose of the bill as well?
I'm not the lead sponsor of the bill, but I am a sponsor of it, and that was my intent in signing on as a sponsor, yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of the 30th, Doug Bates.
Wave it off.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the adoption of the amendment? If not, then the gentleman of the 23rd, Delegate Miller, to close debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard a few things that have been mentioned in debate on this. First off, there is no cost. This is a free system operated by the Social Security Administration, operated by a Division of Homeland Security for the United States. It's free. It's based on government documents. I don't know how else to put this, but I don't know why we would want to pass out licenses to illegal immigrants in the state of West Virginia to take away jobs from West Virginians. I'm not sure why we would want to do that. Now, we're talking about licensure, and I will point you to an article on West Virginia Metro News dated November the 12th of 2019, where 4 men were charged with their alleged scheme to become licensed electricians in West Virginia. I know we're talking about plumbers, but this is still about licensure, where these individuals were illegal aliens in the United States, and they were traveling throughout the United States in order to get documents to verify, or at least fraudulently verify, their existence in the United States. And West Virginia was being used as a victim. We were being used as an element in their scheme to try to legitimize their self-being in the United States illegally. It was a cover. West Virginia was being used as a cover. I don't like us being used as a cover. What this does is it addresses, as the term was used earlier in other debates, a significant public interest in regard to criminal activity being conducted in the United States. We don't want those people using us as a cover to facilitate illegal activity. We can prevent that with this amendment. Also, as I heard in 4615 debate earlier, in regard to protecting our fellow citizens, that's what this amendment does. It helps to protect our fellow citizens. We talked about drug testing and skills. I don't think it's too much to ask for a simple background check that is free and online by the commissioner who is issuing licenses. It's not cumbersome upon the employer. It's simply on the issuance of license to find out whether they're illegally in the United States or not. It seems like it's pretty simple to me. I think that what it really does is this system that we're asking for, it harms the market of illegal immigrants in our area, taking our jobs from our citizens, and it improves the labor market of legal citizens and legal immigrants in the state of West Virginia and the United States. So I would ask for your support in this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman, the 23rd, has closed debate on the amendment. The question is on adoption of the amendment as read by the clerk. Those in favor of the amendment, a roll call has been demanded. Is demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed to the amendment will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On the question, there are 57 ayes, 38 nays, and 5 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, chair declares that amendment adopted. We do have a motion for reconsideration of HFA Worrell 2-13 offered by the gentleman from the 62nd, Delegate Bibby. That motion for reconsideration is debatable. Are there members who wish to speak to the motion for reconsideration? The gentleman from the 50th, Doug Caputo, is recognized.
Just a point of order, Mr. Chairman. If we reject the motion to reconsider, then the amendment would stand as passed and we move on, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just briefly would urge the members to vote to reject the motion to reconsider.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the motion for reconsideration? Lady from the 49th, Douglas Summers.
Point of inquiry. If some members felt that they misunderstood the amendment and wanted to hear better description and reconsider their vote, they would be afforded to if they voted for reconsideration.
Lady is correct. If the motion for reconsideration is adopted, it will place the amendment HFA Worrell 2-13 back before the body in the position as it stood immediately prior to the vote. The gentleman from the 67th, Doug Doyle, is recognized.
Inquiry of the chair.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but as I recall, I believe that was a division. Is that correct?
The chair did take the vote by a show of hands. Yes, sir.
Is it not correct that on a division we are not recorded individually?
Gentleman is correct.
Thank you.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the motion for reconsideration of Amendment HFA Worrell 2-13? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the vote on HFA Worrell 2-13 be reconsidered? A roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the motion for reconsideration of HFA Worrell 2-13 will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 43 ayes, 52 nays, 5 members absent not voting. Less than a majority in favor. The motion for reconsideration is lost. Are there further amendments to the bill? If not, then the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4198, permitting a person to obtain a 12-month supply of contraceptive drugs.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4217, authorizing the Department of Environmental Protection to promulgate legislative rules.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the bill on page 3, section 1, line 26, after the word exceed and before the word the, by inserting the words 120% of.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just read by the clerk. The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a rule of the DNR. It deals with subsidence and the way that damages are calculated. Let me read to you the way the language reads before the amendment and explain the amendment. It reads as follows: at the owner's election, either correct material damage, and this is the option of the owner to the party that's responsible for the subsidence. At the owner's election, either correct material damage resulting from subsidence caused to any structures or facilities by compensating the owner in the amount of the cost to repair the damage, but not to exceed the pre-mining value of the structure or facility, or compensate the owner of such structures or facilities in the full amount of the diminution in value resulting from the subsidence. During our discussion of this rule in the Judiciary Committee, a number of concerns were expressed regarding the fact that there's no provision in this rule for compensating the person for any inconvenience or annoyance caused by the subsidence. So what this amendment does, it inserts, instead of 100% of the value of the pre-mining value of the structure or facility, it raises that to 120% of that value. And during our discussion, I believe it was the gentleman from the 4th who's ill today, but I believe it was him that mentioned a $300,000 structure that had been damaged by subsidence. And if I'm not mistaken, he said something about either some period of relocation involved or some sort of expense involved in addition to the cost of making the repairs to that structure or replacing it. In that case, as using that $300,000 as example, this amendment would allow an additional $60,000 in possible compensation to the person who suffered the inconvenience and the loss of the value of the property. I think that's a reasonable number. 100% of that pre-mining value does not provide any kind of cushion to provide for those type of expenses, out-of-pocket costs, or inconvenience. So, therefore, I think this is a more reasonable way to handle that situation, and I would urge your adoption of this amendment. Thank you.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment as read by the clerk and explained by the gentleman from the 27th. The gentleman from the 60th, Delegate Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman please yield? How is the pre-mining value determined? Is it based on the most recent evaluation for taxation?
Here's my understanding, and this is not an industry that I'm involved in regularly, but my understanding is, especially in the case of longwall mining, that some degree of subsidence is not unexpected. Sometimes they actually plan for it. And normally, right before the mining activity is conducted, the operator does a pre-mining inspection and evaluation of the property. So it's intended to be close in time to when that mining occurs. And when longwall mining is involved, they usually expect that if there is any subsidence, it happens fairly quickly in connection with when they move the longwall unit. Normally the ceiling or the roof collapses shortly thereafter. So they normally expect that to occur in the case of longwall mining pretty quickly in relation to when they've done the evaluation.
So a fairly recent evaluation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from 51st, Delegate Fleischauer.
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman continue to yield?
Sure.
So could you read the entire sentence?
Sure. As it would be amended? Is that
Yes.
the gentleman?
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Here's how it read. At the owner's election, either correct the material damage resulting from subsidence caused to any structures or facilities by compensating the owner in the amount of the cost to repair the damage, but not to exceed 120% of the pre-mining value of the structure or facility. Or, and the other alternative would be, or compensate the owner of such structures or facilities in the full amount of the diminution of the value resulting from the subsidence. And that choice is, according to the rule, regardless of the amendment or not, is the owner's election as to which way to go.
And I'd just like to get a little clarification on what you were just saying about the evaluation done before the mining. Is that always going to be done? There's nothing in the bill that says that. I think you said, generally speaking, that that's what an operator would do.
Council tells me it is statutory that they have to give notice and that that's part of the process to do the pre-mining appraisal or evaluation.
And is it also part of either the code or regulations that they give the homeowner the appraisal?
Let me check.
Sure.
I think it's. My understanding is that would be covered in the rule, not the statute, but that would be in the.
But it does say that the homeowner gets a copy of that appraisal, so they know what the pre-mining value is according to the operator.
I believe that's the case. I'm looking to see if I can actually pinpoint that in the rule, but what we're looking at, as you know, is the bill and not the rule, and I don't want to mislead you. I'm not sure. I think that's the case, but I couldn't point you to the specific language.
I don't think it's in the rule, but it might be somewhere else. If your council can assure us somehow that an owner is going to know the amount of the pre-mining appraisal and that they can get a copy of it, I will take your word and his word, but I don't, I dealt with that rule both in rulemaking review and also in judiciary, and I don't recall seeing anything about that.
Well, to the gentlelady, I don't think it affects the amendment one way or the other. It may trigger another amendment, but this amendment is simply to take what would normally be 100% and raise it to 120%.
Oh, I understand that. But what I'm really concerned about is if somebody goes back to an appraisal, which is when they bought the property or when they inherited the property, and that there could be a big difference.
I understand your concern, but in terms of the amendment, it really is irrelevant to the amendment. The amendment is simply, would we stay with 100%, or the amendment would raise it to 120%?
Well, could we say an appraisal immediately prior to mining? Is there a way that we could insert that into the rule?
To the gentlelady, I suppose you could offer an amendment to that effect, but...
Well, that would make a big difference to me. I think that there are many things about this amendment that would be satisfactory to a lot of landowners, but if the 120% of 20,000 is a lot different than 120% of 150,000. So that's what my concern is, that we nail down when the appraisal is.
The current rule, as I understand it, is silent on that point. I think we're talking about different things. 100% of $20,000 is less than 120% of $20,000. So the valuation isn't going to change. It's whether we use 100% of that valuation or 120% of that valuation under my amendment, and that's all the amendment does.
Well, if there were a way to reform the amendment so it indicated...
I'm not willing to reform the amendment. If you want to offer your own amendment, that's up to you, but I'm going to stick with this amendment.
Could I have a copy of the complete sentence?
Of the what?
Of the complete sentence, so I could see if it's appropriate to amend.
It should be in the system. It should be in the system.
Well, Mr. Speaker, could we be at ease so I could try to figure out how to amend the amendment?
There are other bills to be considered. Does the chair hear objection to lay it? Objection is heard.
I move that we be at ease so that I can craft an amendment that I think would be acceptable to the majority of people who are homeowners. And if I'm wrong, then I won't submit an amendment.
Lady has moved that the House stand at ease to craft a secondary amendment.
And also to move it to the foot of bills.
One or the other.
Pardon me?
Pick one.
Move to the foot.
Lady from the 51st has asked that this bill be moved to the foot of the bills on second reading. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Gentleman from the 27th has raised a point of order. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, if this is going to delay things further, I would ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
The gentleman from the 27th has asked unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment. Is there objection?
Object.
Objection is heard. Objection is heard. Question that is on the lady's motion that the bill be moved to the foot of bills on second reading. Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. The noes have it. That motion is lost. The gentleman from the first, Dr. Schwartzmiller.
Well, as soon as I figure out what's going on here now.
What's going on here is the amendment as explained, as read by the clerk, and as explained by the gentleman from the 27th.
Okay. Would the chairman yield then, please?
Yeah, might as well. Go ahead.
I never bother you.
No, you don't.
So I just want to make sure I understand what happened here, because I haven't seen this before. I wasn't on the committee. So this rule. So it looks like the new language in here put it at 100% of pre-mining value. Is that correct?
The new language would raise the amount that the person that suffers the subsidence would be entitled to collect. I was trying to do something for the homeowner, but the gentlelady was trying to prevent me from doing that. So, yeah, the amendment's very simple. You either get 100% of the number or 120% of the number, and I think if you were the owner of the property, you would want 120% of the number. But that's all it does.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you this question, and maybe it's a question for tomorrow. If it is, that's fine. We can do it tomorrow. But it talks about pre-mining value. So we're talking about the current bill has 100% of pre-mining value. What your amendment would do is take it to 120 over.
It would give the homeowner, let's just say it's a home, it may be a business, but it would give the owner of the property the ability to collect more than the current rule allows by 20%.
Okay, so if pre-mining, if that was done, the house was built in 1960, the mine started in 1960, the subsidence happened 2020. It would be the value of the home at 1960 at 120. Is that what your amendment would do?
If the owner elected that method of being compensated, but the owner has another method in the rule. The other method is to pay the diminution in value resulting from the subsidence. So the owner would have the ability to prove that the home was worth a lot more now than what the pre-mining activity was, and now it's worth, let's say, $50,000 less. The homeowner could choose that method and not go with the 120%. But we were trying to raise that threshold to 120% to give the homeowner a little better benefit.
So the new language that has been inserted in there for the pre-mining, how would it have worked prior to that being put in?
The pre-mining is not new language. The only new language is 120%.
The pre-mining language that's underlined in the current rule isn't new language to the rule?
That's new language to the rule, but not to the amendment.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about that today, you'd rather talk about that tomorrow?
We can talk about it tomorrow, yes, but my amendment simply adds 20% to what the homeowner or the business owner could collect.
Okay, but you don't want to talk about that new language in the rule today, is that what you're saying?
That's not part of the amendment, yes, sir.
Okay, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Sure.
Thank you.
The gentleman from the 45th, Dr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to the previous question.
The gentleman from the 45th has moved the previous question on the pending amendment. Is the demand for the previous question sustained? The demand for the previous question is sustained. The question then is, shall the question on the amendment now be put? Those in favor of the previous question will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Noes appear to have it. Division and roll call have been demanded. Is the demand for the roll call sustained? The demand is sustained. Those in favor of the previous question will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On the question, there are 45 ayes, 50 nays, and 5 members absent not voting. Less than a majority in favor. The demand for the previous question is lost. Chair recognizes the gentleman of 55th, Douglas Spunogle.
I support the gentleman's amendment. It may not, the bill itself or the rules may not be perfect, but what the gentleman's trying to do is help the homeowner. He's increasing it from 100% to 120%. That's all it does. So if you want to help out the homeowner, you vote for his amendment. If you don't want to help out the coal companies that cause the action, then you vote against the amendment. That's all it does. Now, it may not be perfect on the formulation, but the chairman is trying to help out homeowners. That's it. That's all his amendment does, 100 to 120%. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of the 8th, Douglas Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. This amendment is we're talking about the difference between of adding an additional possibility of 20% as the homeowner's election. The other issues I don't think pertain to the gentleman's amendment. We need to focus on this amendment and move this legislation, the amendment forward, simply to benefit West Virginia homeowners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of the 25th, Douglas Painter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to rise in support of this amendment. As all the southern legislators here probably know, when Cliffs in Pineville area, they long walled under Route 16, and there was one whole community that had to be bought out, and those people, it was basically like pulling teeth trying to get that deal done. And then probably about the time they got half paid, the company filed bankruptcy and they got nothing. So this would have helped them get a little bit more before the bankruptcy filing happened. So yeah, this is a good amendment.
The gentleman of the 50th, Douglas Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do rise in support of the Judiciary Chair's amendment. It improves the bill. It's came a long way from when it left the Senate. If you recall, when it left the Senate, it was up to the coal operator to decide. This allows the property owner to decide. Goes from 100% to 120%. It's pretty simple. I support the amendment, and I thank the Judiciary Chair for offering it.
The question before the House then is on adoption of the amendment proposed by the gentleman of 27th, Douglas Schott. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. Ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
House Bill 4406 relating to the reproduction of checks and other records.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Banking and Insurance moves to amend the bill on page 1 after the enacting clause by striking out the remainder of the bill, inserting in lieu thereof the following.
Does the gentleman from the 35th, Douglas Nelson, wish to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read? Clerk may continue.
Article 4, banking institutions and services generally. 31A 435, reproduction of checks and other records, admissibilities of copies in evidence, disposition of originals, record production generally. A, any bank may cause to be copied or reproduced by any photographic, photostatic, microphotographic, or by similar miniature photographic process, or by a non-erasable optical image discs commonly referred to as compact discs, or by other records retention technology approved by the rule of the Commissioner of Banking, all or any number of its checks and all or any part of its documents, books, records, correspondence, and all other instruments, papers, writings in any manner relating to the operation of its business other than its notes, bonds, mortgages, and other securities and investments, and may substitute such copies or reproductions either in positive or negative form for the originals thereof. Thereafter, such copy or reproduction in form of a positive print thereof shall be deemed for all purposes to be an original counterpart of and shall have the same force and effect as the original thereof, and shall be admissible in evidence in all courts and administrative agencies in this state to the same extent and for the same purposes as the original thereof, and the banking institution may destroy or otherwise dispose of the original, but every banking institution shall retain either the originals or such copies or reproductions of its records of final entry, including without limiting the generality of the foregoing, cards used under the card system and deposit tickets for deposits made for a period of at least 5 years from the date of the last entry on such books or the date of making of such deposit tickets and card
Objection to having Delegate Nelson explain the amendment in lieu of having it read further. Chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman with 35th to explain the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and apologize for the, if you will, the disruption or whatnot. Thought that this came through committee in one form, and obviously it did not. So this particular bill has to deal with record reporting, and as it relates to financial institutions. And currently, under law, most records have to be kept for 5 years. And there has been some questions over the years as to the length of time. This came in front of committee, I want to say 3 weeks ago. And there were some questions. And what happened, the stakeholders got together, the financial institutions, as well as those looking out for consumer protection. And over those 2 weeks, the group developed language that was fully agreed upon and passed in committee. Instead of a comm sub, I guess this came through as an amendment. Again, I'm not an attorney and I apologize. So what is in front of us is a completely agreed upon language as it relates to record retention by financial institutions that is very clear, and for 5 years, which is in code. And for other records that don't require 5 years, this basically says that it's under that term. And for other records that may extend beyond 5 years, that will stay in place. Bottom line, Mr. Speaker, this is a agreed upon amendment, and I ask for everybody's adoption. Thank you.
The question before the House then is the adoption of the amendment as just explained by the gentleman with 35th. Are there members who wish to speak to adoption of the amendment? If not, then those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4513, increasing the replacement costs required of a person causing injury or death of game or protected species.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on second reading? If not, bills on first reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 534, removing workers' compensation exclusion for temporary legislative employees.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 544, authorizing pharmacists and pharmacy interns administer vaccines.
Bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 642, correcting incorrect code citation in West Virginia Consumer Credit and Protection Act.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2961, permitting the Commissioner to require a water supply system be equipped with a backflow prevention assembly.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4067, relating to crimes against defense property.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4101 relating to requiring a court to verify certain conditions are met before a child who has been removed from a home.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4123 clarifying that 911 telecommunication workers are included in the definition of those individuals who perform emergency services during a disaster.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4387 donated drug repository program.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4546 relating to tuberculosis testing for school superintendents.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4581 relating to West Virginia clearance for access registry and employment screening.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4620 redefining the definition of recovery residence.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4666 relating to competitive bids for intergovernmental relations and urban transportation.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4670 relating to juvenile restorative justice programs.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4690 relating to solid waste facilities.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4955 relating to reducing the cost of fees for state licenses to carry concealed deadly weapons and provisional state licenses to carry concealed deadly weapons.
The bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on first reading? If not, leaves of absence. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For our colleagues, Delegate Azinger, Linville, and Canestraro.
Are there objections to leaves being granted? Chair hears no objections and leaves shall be granted. Remarks by members. Remarks by members. The gentleman from the 48th, Douglas Miley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know we've been here for a long time, but I just wanted to take a few minutes to address something that has happened in our state over the past 24 to 48 hours, and that has to do with our conduct, the conduct by our governor. I don't know the facts, obviously. I get the facts through the media like most of us get them. And I have learned a little bit about what has happened and what hasn't happened. And while we don't know exactly what happened on that night, we do know that the governor had an opportunity to either bring water or gasoline to a fire that was started and is growing bigger by the day until he decides to do the right thing, in my opinion. And Mr. Speaker, I stand here as the leader of the Democratic caucus, and I think I can speak on behalf of most of the people in this room, that we need the governor to show true leadership. And showing true leadership means projecting humility. Maybe if you don't know why what you said caused harm or offense to others, maybe you didn't mean to cause the offense that's been received and taken by others. But it's time you stand up, apologize for offending others, expressing what your intentions were if you haven't already, but making sure it doesn't happen again, and making sure that you bring water to the situation, not gasoline. We have enough problems in our state than to have our governor engaging in what most perceive as a petty dispute over a basketball game. And I say it's petty because when you have the governor of our state, Mr. Speaker, calling high school athletes thugs, that's unacceptable conduct, unacceptable behavior, in my opinion. Whatever connotation he intended the word thugs to take, let's start with the base principle of these are high school females playing athletics in our school system. To be the governor and call them thugs is unprofessional, and it's immature. Now, many people think the word thugs has a racist connotation to it. I think there's some validity in that. I think if they were all white kids, they would have been called punks. But because there were some African Americans involved, they were called thugs. I don't know that to be a fact, and I'll be honest with you. That was what I just repeated and stated was my belief and thought until I heard the gentleman behind me talk about union thugs. So I do know union members have been referred to as thugs either, and I'm not sure what race they are. But the point is, when you use that kind of phraseology, it has consequences, whether you intend them to have them or not. And so, Mr. Speaker, I call upon the governor, not as a Democrat, but as a West Virginian, to stand up, show some humility, show some true leadership, and apologize not just to the state, but to those kids and the coaches. When he had an opportunity to squelch the situation, He just doubled down and put more gasoline on an already burning fire. It's inappropriate, it's unacceptable, and very unfortunate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 50th, Doug Angelucci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first ask for the comments from our minority leader from the 48th be printed in appendix of the journal, along with comments from the gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Caputo, regarding House Bill 4615, and the gentlelady from the 4th, and the gentleman from the 44th regarding House Bill 4790 be printed as well.
Without objection, no objections heard. The gentleman 28th, Doug Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleagues, I do offer my apologies. I know we've been here for quite a long time, but I am, in fact, a person who believes in showing gratitude, and when you're grateful for something, you ought to acknowledge that. I also think it's important right now to take a moment and remind you and all of the press and the public watching about something really, really wonderful that we have accomplished together in the past year. Last night, our Finance Committee unanimously passed out a committee substitute for House Bill 4092, that critical third bill that will address several of the problems plaguing our state's foster care system. This is something so many of us on both sides of the aisle have devoted a significant amount of time to for more than a year. We've met with families, we've talked to judges, spoken with experts in the field. We've heard immensely personal stories. We've looked into the eyes of some of our state's most vulnerable children and their families. We've felt their pain. We've promised to make a positive change for them. I am so proud of the work that we've all put in on these bills. I thank every member of this body, every agency representative who has provided input, and every family who has spoken out on the need for reform. Sadly, because of the fallout from a petty kerfuffle, the other day this story is being drowned out. We passed that bill last night from committee, probably one of the most significant pieces of legislation that we'll work on to improve the lives of families across this state. And there was hardly any media attention. Instead, most of the coverage of this body has centered on drama that had nothing to do with actual governing. Our friend from Metro News, Brad McElhaney, even sang a new song this morning titled Dysfunction Junction on statewide radio in portraying the behavior of this House. I'm not here to throw the media under the bus. In fact, I've occupied that territory myself a time or two. It's not comfortable, and I understand that they're merely doing their job. Governing can unfortunately be boring, and it's conflict that makes the greatest news stories. But I do not want to let the actions of a few to define what we are doing here in this House. While people are tuning in to us for other reasons, I want to take this opportunity to remind everyone watching that the vast majority of us here are doing what you sent us here to do, to work hard to make West Virginia the best place to live, work, and to raise a family. Coming into today, it's day 37 of this session. We have passed 103 bills already to try and achieve that goal. And despite the dubious shenanigans of late, almost all of us are working hard to pass more. This foster care bill is a shining example of how we in this body can come together, rise above our differences, and pass a bill that will truly make a positive impact on the lives of some of the most vulnerable in this state. And I don't want us to lose sight of that, Mr. Speaker. I don't want this year of intense labor and good work to get lost due to the public self-inflicted petty squabbling that does not characterize the true work going on behind the scenes on the issues that matter most in this state. So regardless of whatever more nonsense we must endure, I want to remind the public, the media, and more importantly this body, that the overwhelming majority of members of this House have continued to rise to the occasion. We've tried to do our best to accomplish the people's work. We are so close now to passing landmark legislation that I, for one, will die happy knowing that we've passed. So to my colleagues on both sides, please know you have my deepest thanks, and I'll look forward to continuing to work with you to make this state great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman 13th, Cadle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to make it known that I really appreciate the coal industry today, and the power plants and all the river workers and everybody that is involved in the coal industry, our union miners, our non-union miners. I want to thank them all today because our solar plants aren't working very good today, and they haven't worked for about 10 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman to third, Dr. Fluharty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, a motion was made and rejected to discharge from a committee the Fairness Act, a committee, Industry and Labor, which will not meet again per our chairman yesterday. And that motion was rejected. And some may wonder what prompted the motion, which we've done in years past, and you repeatedly reject and reject and reject. We were prompted by members of our own body for making the news, because we'd love to make the news lately. Not for the bills we pass, not for our accomplishments, but for our conduct. So, I'd like to read an excerpt from the Bluefield Daily Telegraph, which I'm sure many pick up and read every morning. I suspected that you may be coming out of the closet, but he assured me that you were not gay, even though you walked, talked, and act like it. LOL. LOL. Because you walk and talk like one. Do you still wonder why we need the Fairness Act? You want to get fired from your job because of who you love? LOL. That's what we say. You want to get kicked out of your home because of who you love? LOL. That's what we say. You know who's laughing at us, Mr. Speaker? The entire country is laughing at us because we continue to promote bigotry. We give a voice to people who say things like this in a stage. We don't act. We just sit here and kill every bill, reject every procedural motion. In 2020, the entire country is laughing at the state of West Virginia. So I want to give us one final opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to do the right thing, to speak for all West Virginians, to put us in the press for the things we actually accomplish, something good. So I will move, Mr. Speaker, to remove from the table House Bill 2741.
Gentleman's referring to the motion from earlier today.
Yes.
I believe the proper statement of the motion then would be that the motion is that the motion to discharge House Bill 2741 from the Committee on Industry and Labor be taken from the table. Has the chair stated it correctly?
Correct.
The question that before the, I'm sorry? Yes. The question before the House is the gentleman's motion that the motion to discharge House Bill 2741 from the Committee on Industry and Labor be taken from the table. This question is not a debatable question. A roll call has been demanded on the motion. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. The question that is on the motion that the motion to discharge House Bill 2741 from the Committee on Industry and Labor be taken from the table. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On the question, there are 34 ayes, 58 nays, and 8 members absent not voting. Less than a majority in favor. The motion is not adopted. The gentleman from the 16th, Dr. Hornbuckle, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And also thank you to my great leader from the 48th on your remarks and taking true leadership. Yesterday, as we all know, it was a very long day for numerous reasons. And there were a lot of comments that were made about our state's leader and what had transpired the night before. And I truly took into account what my colleague from the first said. He was talking about not always, rushing to judgment and to think a little bit.
So much so that I actually sat here after session with my mic pulled out, and I was just thinking. I was just thinking because I didn't want to say anything that was incorrect or get misconstrued. I wanted to sleep on it. And so the first thing I have to say is apologize to my brother from the 3rd, because I was wanting to take his back publicly yesterday, because I know the gentleman from the 1st said he agreed with half of what he said. And I will tell you all that this guy from the 3rd, early Wednesday morning, was very concerned. So much that he called me while I was at my work office in Huntington, or texted me rather, and was asking about how I felt about what the governor said and how we should approach it. He asked me that, and we talked about it for a little bit. So I will tell you with 100% of surety, he was in no way saying that our governor was racist. It's not what he was saying at all. He just wanted to bring out the fact that a lot of times we don't, as you say, think before we speak. And he wanted to make sure that he articulated that very well. Also, to the gentleman from the 1st, again, I would agree with you that, again, sometimes people, we just say things. And a lot of times, even when it comes to this whole race deal, we speak very soon. Sometimes there are folks that, in my opinion, they might feel that way, but they say something so quick because they want to hide the fact that they feel that way. Sometimes there's people that don't even have a clue, and they'll just say it, just to talk or hear themselves talk. We've got some people who are just sensitive to the issue. They want to reach out and say it. We've even got some people, and it's crazy that they want to say it for their own political gain, not to really speak up and protect folks, social justice warriors. That's not their intent at all, which is sad. They just want to say it for their own political gain so they can get another issue moving. That's very disturbing to me. Very disturbing. Sometimes people that also say it, they're just calling a duck a duck. It is what it is. I would also tell you, when we're talking about these issues, it is no secret in here that we've got myself, the delegate from the 51st, 65th, and the 44th. I think it's safe to say we're probably the only minorities in here. And anybody can have an opinion. Everybody should have an opinion. But I would implore you sometimes to talk to those folks. They would probably have the most accurate barometer on these issues that we're speaking of. But also, we're not going to leave out anybody. This is not a political statement at all. Please do not get this confused. This is not about Republicans or Democrats, because I will tell you, it's not everybody, but heck, back home, I've got a super eclectic group of friends. Super, let me tell you. And some of my closest buddies that happen to live on the right side of the aisle, those are folks back home that we talk about making big money together. Some of those folks talk about they want that little beautiful hornbuckle boy to make them some beautiful black grandbabies. Kid you not. I've got other folks on the other side of the aisle, D's, I wouldn't let them walk my pet lizard if I had one. Wouldn't do it to save the world. Would not do it. And I say that, I'm being honest, because sometimes we get in this bubble, and I've always governed from the perspective that, I am a proud Democrat, I love it, but I've always said that not all D's are good, not all R's are bad. So just get that out of your head right now. I want people to understand that, because we also have people to try to, again, hijack these narratives and use it for self-serving political reasons, and I don't like that. We've got to get away from that to start helping all people. So I want to recap on, what the governor said, and he talked about the word thug, and also to note that aside from how he governs, I like Jim. I liked him the first time he was a Republican, all right? And again, we're not going to talk about the way he governs, but I think he's an all right guy, and I would never say that he's racist. But he probably needs to think before he speaks and be educated on these things. You know, the word thug, it talks about a violent person, especially a criminal. Conversely, we've got the word mobster. The only difference is technically it means you're a member of a group that's violent. But even from way back when, we always try to, use these certain words for certain folks. It's very, very interesting how society works. You got folks like, we'll just say John Gotti, Al Capone, the Genovese family. They get anointed with the word mobsters because it sounds of, importance, those things. And then you've got folks like Bumpy Johnson or Pablo Escobar, they're drug dealers. They're not mobsters, they're drug dealers. We use different terms for different folks. We've got to start educating ourselves on these types of things. We have to start thinking about what we're saying. And the issue at hand here is, again, not that people are racist. A lot of times people just fear what they don't know, they're uncomfortable. But I find it very odd that we use very selective language for certain folks. Very selective language for certain folks. Just this past year, we had an incident at Wyoming East High School. All right? And there was, I believe, a stick figure drawn in a visitor's locker room with the noose around its neck with a black player's name on it. And I'm not saying that we should have said anything about those kids. That's not what I'm saying. But I do know that the governor did not call them thugs. I do know that, okay? I know there was an incident with some troopers a couple of years ago in Martinsburg, I believe, and I think the governor, our governor, my governor, he used the word ridiculous and inexcusable, but he didn't call them thugs. Just get that understood. The West Virginia cadet situation, all right? There was an incident with the mayor and I believe the director of development in Clay County several years ago. They were never called thugs. Also, when our governor ran, when he was in the middle of a party affiliation as a Democrat, the Republicans, I think, or whoever it would have been, they were running this commercial. They're running this commercial with our governor, my governor, when he was berating police. It was caught on film. That was a part of the campaign strategy. Nobody called him a thug. Might have called him Crazy Jim, or that's bad, but nobody called him a thug, and that's thug behavior to berate the police. But he got a pass for most folks. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue we have right here, right now, is that we're not talking, we're not communicating, we're not listening. And this is no disrespect to health care, Foster bill, taxes. We all like to talk about taxes, whether we're raising or cutting them, all right? But I would tell you that, in my opinion, all of us in here are able-bodied. And the biggest issue that we have going forward, not just in the state but in America, is along the racial issue. And it's hard. I understand that. We've talked about this before. It's at times it's really uncomfortable to speak about this issue. I get it. Some people just don't know where to start, where to begin. But I think we owe it to our daughters or sons of the future to get it right. To get it right. I know a lot of times I got a good friend in here from the 17th, and we probably agree on 80 to 85, 90% of things. But sometimes when things break down, I kid with him a little bit, but we talk about it. My good friend from the 23rd, former sheriff, awesome, amazing man. We've had many talks about law enforcement and communities of color, poor white folks too, and he's very open. And it's a tough conversation because he comes from that background, but he's open and he's honest, as am I. It's important that we have those conversations. There's another issue in here, and I won't say this delegate's name. He's on the other side of the aisle.
And I can guarantee you that 80 to 85 to 90% of the things that we vote on in here, we're on opposite ends of the spectrum. We do not agree. But that man earned my respect last week. He pulled me aside, went into his office, and we were talking about an issue, and the issue was cannabis. Sort of swore me to secrecy, so I'm not going to say the name, but we talked about where he was coming from with it and where I was coming from with it. And he was genuine. It was a tough conversation. But we have to have those things. It's important that we do. And again, I acknowledge that they're very tough. But we have to get through these things, people. In closing, what I would like to do is and I can't do it justice because the guy from the 3rd, unfortunately, society, no, from the 3rd. He's got a little bit more privilege than me, so I can't scream at you all like he does sometimes, because I might get in trouble for that. But last year, he did this thing where he was quoting his favorite musicians. And it's something I did when I was student body president at Marshall University. And I was thinking about it today, and I think it's very applicable here to what I'm going to talk about. I'm actually going to quote one of my favorite musicians. His name is Sean Carter. His stage name is Jay-Z. He came from the Marcy Projects in Brooklyn and dirt poor and did some things in his life. And then he went into music and investment firms and consulting firms and clothes and all types of things, and is now a self-made billionaire. And I look to him a lot of time for inspiration. And there's this one song I kept thinking about it. And again, I'm not going to curse. I also don't have the privilege of the Oval Office, so we're not going to do that thing. So what we're going to do here, it was a reference to the Rutgers situation with Don Imus, radio host, personality, I believe. And the line from the song goes, "I missed the part when it stopped being about Imus. What do my lyrics got to do with this expletive? Scarface the movie did more than Scarface the rapper to me. So that ain't to blame for all the expletive that's happened to me. Are you saying what I'm spitting is worse than these celebritats showing they kitten? You kidding? Let's stop the expletive till we all without sin. Let's quit the pulpitting." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 41st, Doug Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd first like to ask unanimous consent for the gentleman from the 28th from Marks be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Does the chair hear objection? Objection is heard.
I move.
The gentleman from the 41st has moved that comments from the gentleman from the 28th, Doug Pack, be printed in the appendix of the journal. Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. The gentleman from the 41st is still recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the hour is late and they're no longer in the gallery, but I want to recognize today is Hospital Day at the Legislature. We did have visiting with us hospital representatives and healthcare workers from across the state. If you have hospital representatives visiting, then from your local community, please take a moment to thank them for the service they provide to care for the health of our citizens. Hospitals play a critical role in improving the health of our citizens. Last year, West Virginia hospitals treated over 7 million people in their outpatient departments, provided emergency care to over 1.2 million patients, delivered nearly 19,000 babies, and cared for over 227,000 people as inpatients. Hospitals also play an important role in our economy, employing nearly 46,000 people, and contribute $10.5 billion annually to the state's economy. Hospitals are also an important part of our educational system with instructional programs that provide for a wide range of services and technical and professional positions. Please join me in a round of applause for these fine, compassionate caregivers from around the state. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Ellington.
Mr. Speaker, may I take the opportunity to make an introduction?
Sure.
Thank you. On behalf of all the Mercer County delegates, we have a gentleman that has withstood the whole session today from Princeton. He is a friendly competitor, and he is a candidate for House of Delegates 27, retired Colonel Doug Smith up in the Northern Gallery. If you'd all wish him good luck in the coming election.
Gentleman from the 14th, Delegate Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're on introductions.
You may proceed if you have an introduction. We're still on remarks.
All right, I have a request and introduction. I'm going to start with the introductions. Two of the strongest ladies that I know are up in the gallery to my right here. One of them is Angela Summers, and Angie, if you'd stand up, please. She helped me when we were fighting the battle to keep Common Core from being implemented in West Virginia. So Angie Summers, and then the other one is a former member of the legislature here, Kelly Sabonia. Two strong ladies here. House, please welcome them. Also, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask unanimous consent that the remarks from my friend from the 13th District be recorded in the appendix of the journal.
Without objection, remarks be recorded. Gentleman from the 55th, Delegate Spunoggle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask with unanimous consent that the remarks from my good friend from the 3rd and the 16th, and I'm not going to leave my friend from the 41st out either, be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Without objection, remarks be printed. Gentleman from the 17th, Delegate Lovejoy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Request for an introduction of guests.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over in our South Gallery, got a couple of good friends and constituents came up today to see their state government in action. It's Todd Sweeney and his wife, Michelle. If you'd stand up. These folks live in West Huntington. They give of their time like you wouldn't believe to make sure their neighborhood's a better place. Todd has thrown his hat in the ring for the Huntington City Council. So glad to have my friends here today, and I'd ask everyone to make them feel welcome.
Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Porterfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I want to say that I'm grateful that we've passed the legislation that we've been able to pass. And I'm grateful that I'm on over 140 pieces of legislation. But whenever you take certain opportunities and you want to vet things, look at them, and you don't necessarily want to just jump on board with killing everyone's public employment benefits, I do not think that you should be intimidated and bullied. Now, if that leads to whatever happens for taking a stand against those things, then that is okay with me. It is very good to see Colonel Doug Smith in the gallery today. It's really a wonderful opportunity to get a bump into him. And I also want to remind everyone that today is International Pancake Day. So eat up, ladies and gentlemen. God bless.
Gentleman from the 28th, Delegate Cooper.
Three comments, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and I hope I can remember all three of them. At my age, sometimes when I get to number 3, I've already forgotten what it was. First of all, we're not flooded here in the Kanawha Valley. Thanks, because Summers County, up in Summers County, 44% of the runoff from that area is contained by the Bluestone Dam in my county. So that's one of the items. Second of all, we've had a lot of rain. And our National Guard, because they are trained, equipped, are ready to help if there's a problem anywhere in this state if they have to be activated. That's the number 2 point. And the third point, you all may remember my obsession with the book called Lonesome Dove. Folks, it's time to move on to Montana.
Introduction of guests, if there are any. If not, miscellaneous business. Gentleman from the 66th, Delegate Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, subject to announcements, that the House adjourn until 11 a.m. on Thursday. That would be Friday, Mr. Speaker. Sorry about that.
For what purpose does delegate from the 22nd seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, for an introduction.
Delegate may proceed.
We are visited for our Doctor of the Day today is Melissa Kajiski from Allen Creek, West Virginia. If the House would make her welcome.
The motion before us is to adjourn. As Delegate Espinoza said, are there, subject to announcements, are there announcements? Gentleman from the 10th, Delegate Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Finance will meet at 5 p.m. this evening in the House Finance Committee room. The agenda will be posted.
Gentleman from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Government Organization will meet Friday at 9:30 a.m. in the House Government Organization Committee Room, 215 in the East Wing. The agenda will be posted. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Capito.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. The House Committee on the Judiciary will resume the posted agenda at 6 p.m. this evening in the committee room. Tomorrow morning we will meet in that same room at 9 a.m., 9:30 a.m., and the agenda for that meeting will be posted. We will also, we intend to meet tomorrow afternoon, Friday at 1 p.m. or following the floor session as well. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 10th, you have an addendum?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Since being beat with a wet noodle, the Finance Committee will meet at 6 o'clock this evening. Thank you.
Lady from the 3rd, Delegate Storch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Political Subdivisions will meet at 3:15 today in the Judiciary Committee room. Our stout agenda has been posted.
Gentleman from the 28th, Delegate Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Health and Human Resources will meet today in the East Wing Conference Room at 5 p.m. The agenda has been posted.
Lady from the 32nd, Delegate Kessinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I have a couple announcements. For those of you on the Committee on Prevention and Treatment of Substance Abuse, we are going to meet immediately following the floor session in the Government Organization Committee room, so please be there promptly. Additionally, the dinner for the ladies in the legislature has been canceled for this evening due to the length of the floor session. We will let you know when to reschedule. And your Rules Committee will meet at 10:45 tomorrow morning behind the chamber.
Gentleman from the 62nd, Delegate Bibby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security will meet tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. in the Government Org Conference or Government Org Room. The agenda will be posted. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 28th, Delegate Cooper.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources will meet this coming Monday morning at 8:30 in the Government Organization Room to consider a piece of legislation that was brought forth by the gentlelady from the 32nd concerning a resolution naming a mountain of all things. And so 8:30 Monday morning, and I'll be making this announcement again tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Gentleman from the 48th, Delegate Queen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Subcommittee on House Bill 4668 will meet at 5:30 in House Judiciary. House Bill 4668 Subcommittee in House Judiciary. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 12th, Delegate Westfall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was hot lunch over in the East Wing about 2 hours ago. There just still is salad and some kind of pasta, I'm not sure right now. It's provided by the Hospitality and Tourism and Travel. So if you want to have a little bit of lunch or dinner this time, come on over at the East Wing. So thank you.
Gentleman from the 10th, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Energy will not meet today. Repeat, will not meet today. Thank you.
Further announcements? If not, the question before the House is the motion by the gentleman from the 66th that the House stand adjourned until 11 a.m. on tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. We're adjourned.